That's my brother, right?
Can you come on next? Boy, bye.
I'm dead.
He's the most attractive, the least attractive.
Okay.
I would say. Nah, you go, homie. Kevin Hart. Because you've been coming to me too. You Kevin Hart.
I ain't talking about you. I ain't talking to.
Stop talking about my wig.
So you can do your worst. You can talk about your country and stuff, so you can attack us viciously. Go ahead.
Least the most attractive.
Yeah, you can cook. Go ahead.
I mean, least is like pretty even. I'm not but you're like somewhere in the middle. I'll be with you. Least I would say sorry. Yeah, just not my type.
I don't know.
Wait, what's your type?
Tall. Yeah, tall. Works hard.
Maren.
Ambitious. I love myself.
Maren.
How tall is he?
He's 6'3".
Yeah, 6'3", but it's fine.
So let's keep moving.
So why do you say you want to bring him on and give him a hug? Why?
I've never seen a nigga that small.
Yes, you know who he is.
Let me tell you.
Come
you
on.
Not a nigga, you bring out an NBA player?
Period.
Okay, but why have you?
I got two right now.
Player attractive too. Why is NBA player attractive?
Okay, because personally, my personal type, you gotta be like 6'8".
And how tall are you?
Like 5'10".
So would it be fair to say like a part of the thing that makes them attractive is like their status as a professional?
Okay, but can I ask you a question about it?
Sure.
You gonna answer? Yeah. Would you date a woman who's chocolate stuff? Would you date a woman who's ugly? She was ugly, but every single quality you wanted in a woman, she had it, but she's ugly. Would you date her?
Like average looking?
No. I'm talking about like
Chop? Chop, no.
Chop.
No, chop, no.
Okay, but she has every single quality you want in a woman.
If she was chopped, no. But I would take an average girl though.
No, I'm talking about chopped.
Yeah, chopped. No.
Okay. So we're on the same.
Men and women are different, stupid. We see the girl and she's hot, we want her. Like we don't care about personality, you don't care about what she likes.
So what if she was your type physically, like to the point, but she was just nothing? She was just nothing. Her personality was.
I mean, she was that's 90% important.
Just hook up with her and not take her seriously.
No, but for a girlfriend.
No, for a girlfriend, I'd hold her to a way higher standard.
So what's your type in a woman?
Look-wise or?
Just everything. Like, ideally, if you could build a woman, what should tell you?
Not a whore.
Not a whore.
Quiet. Submissive. Doesn't talk unless spoken to. Yeah.
What's a whore to you?
Well, okay. So I like that you asked that question. It's not just her being promiscuous; it's her being an attention whore too.
Attention whore.
Yeah, we don't like women that.
What's that attention whore? Like Instagram, got the socials.
The key pics.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Constantly.
What's a whore to you guys though? Like fully, what's a whore?
I would say someone who gets paid for sex.
Okay, I could agree. I could maybe possibly.
Outside of like the overt, like
like,
I'm totally
like,
perhaps, yeah.
I would say behaviors too. Like a woman. Okay, so I'll give you a perfect.
Can you let Maren finish talking? Does he come off every like 5 seconds?
Oh, sorry. I'm just wondering, like, what's the like
just
small
one question at a time, bro.
Yeah. Girls that are attention whores are a problem. So like you look at Ronaldo's girlfriend, right? Can you go on her Instagram profile for me real quick? I'll give you an example. Ronaldo's girlfriend posted this very strange photo the other day, and I was like, why the fuck are you posting this? Like when your boyfriend, or I don't know if they're engaged, is the #1 football player in the fucking world. Like, you're an idiot. Like, women don't understand that. Like, when you're with a guy that's of status, the way you move is extremely important.
But I'm just trying to understand, like, what does that look like?
Okay, let me show you.
I'm genuinely.
You can see it. Yeah, go on my Twitter and you'll see it. I may not be on Instagram. Go on Twitter and I'll show you guys real fast because I think it's important that women understand that, like, men do judge you off your Instagram. They really do. And they don't want a girl posting certain types of things on the internet. I mean, I'm sure your fiance probably has a low profile on social media, if anything at all.
No, she has Instagram and stuff like that. It's private Instagram. So.
Private. You know what I mean? That's guys don't want to share their girl with the world, dude. Like, I don't think women understand this. Like, we don't want y'all, you know, being for everybody and like showing yourself off to everybody. Like, especially a guy who's like, you know, has fame or anything like that. It's even worse for us.
No, it's such embarrassing. And she even she asked me really to she could post, like she posts bikini photos sometimes, like on her private story and stuff like that. That all the people she knows in person see, but really no stranger guys online really get to see her.
Okay, so what if you guys had a girlfriend who had a private Instagram? Maybe it's like 200 followers, and she posts bikini pics. She's a whore. All of a sudden, she's a whore because she posts bikini pics.
I prefer she took them down.
That doesn't necessarily mean she's a whore.
How about you?
To be honest, that's worse.
So does that make it smell?
What?
Well, her Instagram doesn't really have bikini photos. I'm just saying.
Does he not just say that she posts bikini pics?
I'm just saying on her private story she has before. I'm just saying she doesn't keep that up. She doesn't.
Yeah.
She doesn't send it to guys. She doesn't hope guys see it or anything.
Same ways. This girl only her friends follow
Are you
her.
private?
Yes. Pull my IG right now.
All right, so this is what I'm talking about right here. So you make this big, like I think like this was a completely inappropriate thing to post
Wow.
as a girl who has like a serious relationship with a guy who's extremely famous. Like, what the fuck?
And she has some link in her fucking story.
It's for clothing. It's for clothing.
It's a
But it
girl's
looks like it's
Max.
But it looks like it's all that. But yeah, I'm like, why are you posting that? Like, this is like a turn off to guys. Like when you see women doing this dumb shit.
It's just her back though.
There are better places to be hot. Places like that hotel pool, where you can cool off. A little dip. Come on, book that trip. It's easy. Booking.com. Booking.yeah.
How do I eliminate back pain?
Call Consult a Nurse. It's free. Every time you flush, it's like your toilet sneezes. Good thing.
It might just be showing like her pump.
I don't see that.
Maybe. Look at her back.
Hold on, real quick.
I mean, yeah, but if you see a woman's ass every single day, why do men react like so
You
shocked?
don't think that's
When they-
appropriate photo to post for the whole serious boyfriend?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not appropriate when men cheat and talk to other women either, because
All right, let's go around the table. All right, you. Do you think this is appropriate to post as a woman that's in a relationship? In your opinion?
In a relationship? No, I don't think so.
All right, what about you? What do you think?
Probably not. She could have just sent that to her man.
Yeah.
You know?
What about you?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
It's fine. Sure. What about you? What do you think?
no,
You don't think it's fine?
I will get slapped across the room. No.
No.
That's an Italian nigga.
Yeah, bro.
Hey, what the fuck did I tell you? Bam! All right, what about you?
She's see, she can post whatever she wants.
What about you? What do you think?
She should be allowed to post whatever you want.
Okay, even if a relationship.
I mean, she's not showing nothing. Everything's covered, so.
Okay. What about you?
Did she post it on her story or she post it on her?
This on her
Instagram?
story.
That's on
Sorry.
her story.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Of course, that's appropriate.
You think it's
That goes away in 24 hours.
Mhm.
Yes. What is that appropriate or not?
Think about all the dudes beating up that
Screenshot of it.
However, she's known as well, so that gets clipped.
How
many followers does she have?
Millions, probably.
Millions?
Yeah,
Does she
75 million.
does she have millions?
75 million.
She has 75 million confirmed.
Yeah, so ladies, see, this is the problem. This is why feminism is an issue, right? A lot of you don't think that this is a problem. And this is precisely why so many men are reluctant to take women seriously in modern day age. Because women think, oh, it's my body, it's social media, I can do whatever I want, I can behave however I want. And it's like, what you don't realize, like, when you do shit like this, like, a lot of guys are just not going to take you seriously. And you might not even know it. That you might think, like, oh, I'm just being sexy, I'm showing my body off. Like, guys will date you, guys will take you out, guys will hang out with you, but, like, they might not get down on one knee and take you seriously.
Cool, but did Ronaldo have a problem with that though?
What's that?
Did Ronaldo have a problem with that though? And Ronaldo was a #1 athlete.
I mean,
Oh,
he cheated on her before though, so why should it matter if a man's cheating on you? Why should it matter what you post? Because it's known allegations that he's supposed.
Because there's only one of him and there's millions of her, bro. That's
But
all.
did he have a problem with that though?
He probably does.
Does he? Or did you two have?
Low key, he will probably won't fit through.
He won't say it.
Do you take personally?
He post shirtless pictures. I don't want my nigga abs.
What man's doing that?
If I wanted to, I could Google a picture of his dick.
Probably, honestly.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay, ladies. You actually think like a guy having a picture of himself shirtless is the same as a woman showing off her sexuality on the internet? You guys think it's the same? So you guys think it's the same?
I'm just. That's why I think it's like I haven't been curious.
Okay, simple. Are men and women the same?
No, we asked that question.
Yeah.
What makes it
Well, so to illustrate this, you can understand it. Do you think men and women are the same?
No.
We're different. What makes a man attractive?
Why do you keep asking like possible?
Answer the question.
Because you're the one that said what's wrong with this, so I'm asking. I'm just kind of going through this so that I can explain it properly. What makes a man attractive?
To me personally,
Let's say, generally speaking, what makes a man attractive?
like his face, his personality, maybe a nice body.
What else?
That's all I can think of off the top of my head.
I'll go further. The things that women are attracted to in men are not just based on their looks. It's not based on their sexuality. I would argue it's other things. It's their status, their ability to convey themselves, their competence, intelligence, their success, money. All these different things like make a man attractive, right? So like if a guy is chopped, he can still make it in life if he does other things right. If a woman's chopped, she's kind of cooked. So a woman's main agency is her sexuality. So if your main agency is your sexuality and you're putting it out there on the internet for everyone to see, isn't that kind of fucked up when I'm paying full price for that
Can
sexuality?
I ask them, would it be inappropriate if like a man is in a relationship that he's like making good money, that for him to be flexing his money, being like, yeah, like come work with me, like, you can be like me, and this, that, the other, and like showing off all his good qualities that a woman would find attractive on the internet? Would that then be inappropriate? Because you said women find. Yeah, because you said women find men attractive based on status, like their money, how much they can work, and men find women attractive based on their sexuality.
Yeah.
And so you're saying it's bad if a woman is it's inappropriate if a woman is in a relationship with a man and she's showing off her sexuality for other men to see.
Yeah.
So is it not?
Because that's her only agency. That's her main commodity. That's the only reason we even talk to you guys.
So is it not inappropriate then for a man to be showing off the things that a woman finds attractive, like his status, like his money?
Fair argument. It's different though, because for men, right, we are not designed to be polygamous. You guys are designed to be monogamous. There's no such thing as a male that's a whore. Only women can be whores. And the reason why a woman is a whore is because men are designed to have sex with multiple women. We are designed to spread our seed far and wide. You guys are designed to protect your egg for the strongest seed.
Yeah.
Oh, do you fuck every guy you talk to?
Do you fuck every girl?
No, I'm asking you. Do you fuck every? No, right? You know, why do you not fuck every guy you talk to?
Because I don't know.
So you're selective.
Are you selective?
Not really. I mean, you should be.
Men are not as selective as women are.
I'm definitely.
Is my point. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to
So
say.
does that mean a man is like because he falls for temptation?
No, it's because men have to bust their ass to be attractive. Women don't.
What does that mean? You going to have to bust your ass to be attractive?
You know.
Nails on the edge of your hair.
Not really.
Y'all don't find it attractive, but when a woman comes on natural, y'all say, "Oh, she's chopped. She's
No, we don't.
No, natural. We definitely prefer natural. We just all the things.
Okay, but like, what if like you can? It's so common to see a bad bitch with a. It's not common to see a ugly bad bitch.
Right, because and have status and fame and work hard and earn things and attract women like that. An ugly female can't really attract a male because that's all we care about. We prioritize looks before anything.
Yeah.
But a female can prioritize, said ugly and said
Sorry,
artwork.
We're gonna go off YouTube.
Oh shit!
No, you're fine. Don't worry about it.
We're gonna come out.
Who's drink on you?
Sorry, speech impediment. I'm gonna say A on YouTube. Are we off YouTube now?
Yeah, we'll get
Yo, just like W.
Anyway, but my point. No, I don't care about the A or the same. But anyway, my point
I'm
is.
listening to you. You can say racial slurs.
Yes. I can say Rachel Sturgis is very sweet lady to me.
So you
To you.
say Rachel Sturgis.
Yes. Wait, are you comparing? Are you comparing? Is that the same thing?
And it's the fact that you keep saying it, knowing it's a derogatory word. My grandma was a fucking slave. That word is terrible.
What? Your grandma was a slave? Where? How old is your grandma? Your grandma was born before 1865?
Yeah, you're right.
What do you mean your grandma was a slave?
You know, it was still slave in the South during the 1950s, right?
In the 1950s, no.
Wait, hold on.
1940s, yes, it
There
was.
were no slaves in the
Yes, it was. You did not know in Georgia. Black people owned up the
And she got offended.
walked off?
Yeah, bro. She
Yeah, this is crazy. Slaves in the 1940s is nuts.
That's wild.
Oh, they're all walking off?
Yeah, they're all friends.
All right, whatever. It's fine. They're all getting mad.
It's not even that. It's the fact that y'all continue, especially you as a black man, you let him continue.
He's probably crybaby. Oh, this is right there. Yeah, I did slavery in the 1940s, bro. That's just crazy.
I think my uncle did that, you know. All right, cool. Word from our sponsor.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Move forward.
Lemonade is changing machines. Start them. Go click handle before you can put your phone back in your pocket. Sign up at lemonade.com.
You gotta remember, Las Vegas isn't just a place you go. Las Vegas is a place where you let go.
Start on court. We'll get to that as well. Chris Johnson recently signed for the Imps, one of their co-captains. Again, it's Core and Brewer. Get the job done for them as they look for their first really Preston. This is going to be an interesting matchup, Preston on Core, because they're such different players.
Definitely, but I think what you want to do, you want to put size on the sear court. You know, when you put somebody around his same age, he plays bully ball. He has a running back physique, so you want to get some ball length on him to try to see if that can go better.
Jordan Crawford opened the scoring for LA. Here's Core going right to work. Houston broke through with a win, so we'll see if they can do the same thing.
Stan, you can make an argument that both these teams don't have a real true win. LA's only win came when the game was cut short due to the last Stevenson, Dwight Howard, and Michael Beasley debacle in week 1.
That game ended 39-30. They weren't able to get to 50 points. As Preston connects from the outside. And the Ride with a 2-point lead. And here's Goofus going to work on Green. Kick it out to Preston. And there's Crawford. Off the mark on a 3. Get it out to Brewer. Brewer, some nifty moves to get to the bucket.
Put him in a spin cycle right there. Went downhill, spin cycle, finish with the left hand. If you move.
We got a tie game.
Here we go.
Goofus!
Here we go. Caught him on the slip.
Broke free for the layup. That was a shot or a lob, but either way, counted for 2 for Jordan Crawford.
Yeah, that's how you get the
Well, he said he's the cheat code.
All right.
So we'll watch out for his tactics in dealing with Corey today as this game wears on. Crawford spin move on Johnson. And able to get it. Nice move from the former Ohio State star, 4 points for Kufas early. Kufas at one point was the highest paid player in the European League, who was a non-Euro. For Chris Johnson, core throwing it up for us.
Man, that's what I'm talking about. You had this guy sitting at home on the couch watching Big Three instead of playing. He should have been here a long time ago.
Chris Crawford. Good ball movement. Back to Crawford, piece of shot clock. Can he get it off in time?
Man, that's going to take time. You got to take time for these guys to gel with.
Core. Four, no good. And Brewer with the offensive rebound. Back out to Core. This time he'll drive. Yes. And he'll get three the hard way. Or at least try to get three the hard way.
The structure is organized around Dwight Howard. So when he's gone, they're kind of in disarray.
Oh, there you go. Was a sore back. Not able to suit up today. We didn't know if we would see him. 6 for Kufas now. But he walked right by the table when we were signing. Oh, yeah, I thought he was going to put on the Superman suit.
I was going to take my position over here.
I thought he was the Superman suit to sign up. Kufas with the bucket and riding on. Hey, Chris, Rick was giving me the business yesterday talking about when he was at Hampton, how many times? Rick,
Yeah.
we appreciate you joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me. I appreciate you guys.
Corey Brewer doing the dirty work, but the ball bounces right to Chris Allen.
Kufas right there with the block and the save, able to save it to Chris Allen to get that easy two. Hey, Coach Kufas, we talked about somebody having to step up with Dwight being out. 8 points, game high, 8 points this far. And he's right now producing. And he's going up like 10 points
again.
There you go.
Yesterday when I was at practice, they made it a point to run some sets with Kufas. They were worried about Dwight Howard would be available. And Kufas said they just wanted to play within themselves, stay confident, and proceed forward, even if they didn't have Dwight Howard. And it's exactly what they're doing so far. It gets there no good, but Chris Johnson.
Add some pandemonium to your practice. I was at a job where I couldn't advance unless I got a bachelor's degree. So I contacted CTU. Here at CTU, I've had so much direction and guidance to be able to be a
That's 4 for Johnson. Crawford will pull up. Here's Corey. All right, here's the matchup we talked about. That cheat code didn't work that time.
He just missed it, but he didn't have no problem getting by out on the mat.
Too strong off the backboard. Played with Allen played with Portland, with LA, and having an impact.
Yeah, he's finding his way. When I talked to him before, as Jordan Crawford is that baseline jumper off the screens, he's having 2 guys submerge on him. So oftentimes he's going to find a way to look. He continues scoring right now. Again, off of the inbounds play.
Rick Mahart told me yesterday
last week because he came off the bench. That's not accustomed to that. So he was a little bit motivated going into that game.
Here's Core. No good. Brewer with the offensive rebound. Back to Green. Green with a 3, and that's good.
And that's on Jordan Crawford. He did not box out Corey Brewer. That was his assignment. Was free to crash and put off his rebound, not to get a pass. But just the chemistry issues, those are things that will be worked out over time.
And despite some mistakes, LA has really been in control of the game. Lee cuts a 5 down. Brewer gets free inside. 5-0 run, cut a 10-point lead down to 5. As Allen controls it for LA. Cheat codes.
That was a tough shot.
He said he was a cheat code, Tay Green, against Billy Preston. Mano-a-mano.
Got Mile.
Green, got a strong move and uses the glass.
And he shrugged the shoulders on him. Once he got that shoulder into his chest, he was able to, right there, he was able to create enough space to get inside the paint. Once he got inside the paint, there was nothing he could do.
Grown man basketball. 7 points for Green so far.
Oh, that was so
Crawford on the third.
They're so aggressive, they're keying in on him, so they don't anticipate the pass.
Green started to feel it. Puts 3 on the board now. And the Amps have cut it to
Great defense by Chris Johnson.
4-point game. The Amps trying to work their way back into it. They were down by 10. They'll cut it to 4. Chris Allen knocks that one down.
And again, you got 3
4, Chris. So,
yeah. Well, here we go. Yeah.
oh, that's recording no good. Crawford will clear it.
Gotta capitalize on those open shots.
And Crawford just too big.
Too big, too good around the team. He is being all what they need with Dwight Howard being out. I know Dwight is over there very proud of his teammates right now for fighting.
Cora still scoreless in the second half. Steve Johnson inside and too strong for Allen.
Yeah, so right now.
And Crawford with Johnson lurking in the lane. And Crawford will pull up.
Oh, there we go. Double K again.
Allen, ball fake.
Right there, right there.
Too easy.
I said, would you have a solid big?
Johnson, one-on-one with Koufis. And Crawford with the rebound.
I was thinking about it.
Allen. Oh, got on the rim, showing. And that is still 9 points away. So he wins, have to win it by 2. Corey Brewer with the denial on Koufis and leads to a bucket for Dante Green. Now Allen on Core. And Koufis effecting rebound. Core, another look. Wow. Oh, that was no good. There's Koufis. And Green said it hit the rim. Brewer, no hesitation, but he can't connect. Core with the rebound. Maybe you got one. That's 2 that rimmed in and out. And the block on Brewer and the bucket. No good. Green with the rebound. Core. Strong move. Put his shoulder into Koufis' chest to get him off of him.
That's the only way you're going to get a shot over. That's the first at home here in LA with no Dwight Howard. This could definitely give you some momentum going.
Good ball fake from Allen to clear some space. But it rims out. Brewer, open look at a 3, and they that extra shot Detroit really needed. Having some words. Detroit needs a bucket here. Margin for error really slim at this point. Wow. Corey Brewer delivers. Here we go. Koufis and Green, big on big to settle it. And Koufis right to the basket. Over the shoulder, jump.
People may think that's a hard shot, but he practiced that. Oh, look. It's a chance for free throw.
Chris Allen will go to the line. It's free throw. It's still for LA. He said he had the maneuvers to keep Nasir Core in check. We can knock down this free throw, keep Detroit's entire team in check, and send them home with their 4th loss. And how you do it?
Ron Smart IKEA. Enjoy 2 years free from hair and hair removal.
Be back in a bit. Try not to burn the house down.
We're always with you.
You get tired, you can't jump in physically. And he thought they was out of fire. That's you right there, Uganda, brother.
Hey, the kids over there.
Okay, Larry is guarding up tight again. 2 fouls means a free throw. He hit the ball, and now he's in a position of giving Larry the ball now. And Larry's going to shoot a 3. Larry's better.
Definitely been setting him. Look where he's at. Every time he misses it, he's right on the same.
Yep.
Are you open to the back door? It doesn't suck. That's all I'm gonna say. Have you done it? Yes, and it's amazing. It's amazing. That's all. Okay, and I'm totally sober. By the way, I've had no alcohol. I'll get a sober one. Would you do a sober or a couple shots of tequila? Oh, back door? Yeah, sober. Sober is the best. And if you like it, you know what you like. Like you don't need alcohol. Like. If your man knows how to warm you up, you're good. Welcome to another Squash on Broadway video. Before we get this video started, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Comment favorite question we should start asking people. What would you rate your game? Let's go from 1 to 10. Other people have rated it 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Do you think you're a 10 out of 10? do so good?
You gotta do what is it called? The Buck 9,000? Buck 9,000, I think?
I thought it was Black 3,000.
3,000.
But yours says a 9,000.
Mine is a 9. Mine's a 9,000. I made up my own.
What's your biggest red flag to the guy?
Biggest red flag? When they talk to a lot of girls at once.
How do you find out?
Their Snapchat. If they have Snapchat, that's another big red flag.
Yeah. What's your biggest red flag in a guy?
If he just doesn't try, he doesn't take you out on dates. Like, no.
Right. Doesn't make me finish. And how many times do you have to finish? At least twice. Yeah.
At least twice. You gotta get the eating before and then the finishing after.
Right. Yeah.
If only you knew.
What's your favorite position?
Oh, save a horse and ride a cowboy.
What's your worst bedroom experience?
If they make bad facial expressions, that turns me off immediately.
Does size matter in a guy?
It depends if they know how to use it. It depends on the motion of the
I
ocean.
agree with her. What's the biggest you've ever had?
8.
7. Show us how big it was. Like on a hand scale. Were you crying after?
I look like a champ.
Does height matter in a guy?
They just gotta be taller than me, but not really. I do like the 6'5" and up though.
What's like your ideal man?
Ideal man, tall, dark, and handsome.
What's your biggest confession?
When I was 15 on a beach trip, I snuck out of my house to go hook up with this dude I met at the beach. And I didn't tell my brother, everyone, no one knows.
Was it at least good?
Yeah.
What is their worst bedroom experience?
It would probably have to be with two men not knowing what they're doing.
With 2 men?
With two, did not know what they were doing.
Was that your first time with 2 men?
Oh no, it was way back when I went to England, and it wasn't really good at all. They didn't know what they were doing.
Right. What's the craziest place you've done it? Maybe the shower. Depends if it's bigger. Like a bigger shower. Yeah.
The car, the church parking lot.
What's your worst bedroom experience? I would just say I don't like tired.
Got tired.
Like the worst. Because I like fun. You don't want to do anything.
No, after you've had a long day and you're really tired and
But how many men have you had at the same time?
2.
What would you think about having 4 at the same time?
I wouldn't mind. The more the merrier.
You can handle it?
Yeah, the more the merrier.
What's your biggest confession?
My biggest confession? I probably don't have one of those because I'm very open and free will. I'm more of a hippie, so I just go with it.
What's your favorite position? Either doggy or 69?
I like riding. I'm a cowgirl.
Why are those your favorite positions?
Feels better.
Yeah.
It's just fun.
It's so good, yeah.
It's just fun.
Yeah. What's the craziest place you've done it?
Probably the bathroom at the North Park Mall.
Where's that at?
That's in Dallas, Texas.
Was it during the day?
Yes.
Did you do that? What made you think to do that?
I was just feeling in the mood, and we went inside the family bathroom, and we just did it.
How quick was it?
Probably 10 to 15 minutes tops.
Come in or out? Ow. Ow. Rate your head game on a scale from 1 to 10.
An 8, a 7.
What do you have to improve on? Not gagging.
Probably just not getting bored. I get really bored. I'm okay, I'm done. All right,
let the girl just lay there. Let the guy do everything.
No, it's not even that. It's just I get bored. I'm okay, let's move on.
Would you rather 2 minutes or 2 hours?
I don't know. I'm more just go with the flow type of thing.
With whatever they're on?
Yeah, with whoever type of thing. It's the hippie in me.
Does size matter?
No, not at all. Love is love, man.
What is your preferred size?
I probably do 6, 7 inches.
What do you look for in a guy?
Tall, dark, and handsome. Not a.
How do you know if he's not?
Great question.
He's got a good job and
he's not a.
Something you never told your ex.
Like I said, I was very more open, very honest, so they just knew everything, man.
What's your buddy count?
Only 2. Only 2.
Just 2? Wow. Does height matter in a guy?
So, absolutely. Look at how tall. I was gonna say I'm too tall for height not to matter.
Would you ever be with a short guy?
They gotta be taller than us.
Rate your head game on a scale from 1 to 10.
I don't know. I don't think it's that good. like a lot of confidence doing that part. I'm more about the love making. Yeah, going with it. The love. Would you rather be with a short rich man or a tall broke man? A tall broke man, and I'm gonna get him that money. What's the worst bedroom experience that I've ever had? Yes, never had anything like crazy happen. One time a guy asked me to suck my toes. Did you let him? Why not? I had dignity. What's your biggest red flag in a guy?
Oh, I have a lot of eggs in a guy. You can suck for.
If he doesn't love Jesus.
Of course, coworkers say, "Oh, your biggest red flag in a guy is if he drives slow on the left lane, on a fast lane." Bye.
Have you ever been with a girl? Only kissing, that's it. Would you want to be with girls like that? Like I said, like we don't put a title on it as hippies. We just go with it. If the night says with a girl, we just go with the girl. If the night says go with the guy, go with the guy. You know? Would you take me home? Yes. Let's go. What's your favorite position? Doggy, baby. Why? It feels the best. What do you mean? Have you ever faked it?
Almost every time.
Why? It's nice. It's a nice girl. Yeah, a nice girl. Okay. What's your favorite position?
Doggy.
Why?
Oh, I like it rough.
You like it rough? How rough?
On a scale from 1 to 10,
Yeah.
a good 8.5 or 9.
Like breaking the bed frame apart?
No, just like so hard.
What's the biggest you've ever had?
My ex-boyfriend was my boyfriend now. Sorry, Sean. He was 6'8". Now my boyfriend right now, my fiance, he's like 3. And my ex-boyfriend was 6'8". So just saying.
What's your thoughts on?
Once you get a taste for something different, it's all you'll live for.
I started running my home garage because the workwear industry wasn't working for my buddies in the trades. We're building something better.
I'm proud to work for United Healthcare because you get to help people.
What's the freakiest thing you've done in the bedroom? I ate before and with sex. It's fun. Try it. Live once. Did he ask you to? I think it was a mutual conversation. I used a baby wipe and everything to the shower. I'm not playing my no games. I want it clean, but I want to try. It's good to be experimental in this world. You do only live one time. And guys eat a lot sometimes, so it's like, why not try it once, you know? When was your guys' last relationship?
2 years ago.
2 years ago. And why did you guys break up?
He cheated on me.
How did you find out?
Through other people. Through the girl, actually.
How about you? How did you guys break up? I was moving. What is your favorite position? My favorite? I guess probably doggy. Or maybe missionary. I like missionary because of eye contact. Yeah, missionary because of eye contact. How long did they last in bed with you? Want to do doggy? Oh no, that's like the position he nuts in though. That's my ex though. I don't even for him no more. What's the biggest red flag in a guy?
I feel like their Snapchat, if their Snapchat's full of girls.
How about you? Anger issues. Have you experienced anger issues? Yeah. What is your biggest red flag in a guy?
Drives.
High step score. What do you think the weirdest thing a guy can be into is?
Anime.
Anime. Do you guys know what anime? Did you guys date a guy that likes anime?
No. No. Absolutely not.
You would never.
No, definitely not.
What do you think is the weirdest thing a guy can be into? You're not into that. Okay. What's your craziest frat party experience?
Probably there's a lot. I'm trying to think of one.
Are those real?
Yes. 34 triple D.
Big bird. You ever get that? If they're fake?
Yeah, even when I was in high school, all the girls would call me because they thought I had a boob job, but they're actually real.
How did you guys lose your virginity?
In the back of a truck.
How old were you?
14.
14? Who was it with like a boyfriend at the time?
My son's dad.
Oh, okay. So you guys are still together.
Absolutely.
Baby daddy after that.
Would you rather 4 inches or 12 inches?
4.
Why?
12 inches hurts. It's not comfortable. I'd rather have it like fit nicely inside. And like, it's about working it and not about the size. I don't think size matters.
Okay, so how many kids do you have?
I have 3.
How many baby daddy?
3.
3. All different.
It's enough to give them their own dad.
When was your last hookup?
Last night.
How did you meet him?
No, I known him for a while.
1 out of 10, what are you rating it?
A 9.
Are you guys into the backdoor action?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. You know, they can't make any kids like that.
Yeah, I know I'm not getting pregnant.
Are you a spitter or a swallower?
A spitter. I don't like that icky.
Are you into the backdoor action?
Boring. Yes, I love it. And I hope I get some tonight.
You hope?
I hope I go back and get that action. Yeah.
What's your body count?
Well, I'm 35. I've been with 48 people. That's not a lot for my age.
What is your favorite smashing position?
Me on top, for sure.
Cowgirl?
Cowgirl style.
You like to be like in control?
Absolutely.
How about you?
I like doggy style.
Why?
Because I like to pretend I like to be the dog there, you know, and get in position. I love that. Yeah.
Walk like a dog. Show her how you walk like a dog.
Walk like a dog. Do you like the backdoor action?
I do. A lot of lube. A lot of lube.
You like it better than the front door action?
No, I like front door way better. I like doggy though. Doggy back, not doggy back door, but doggy front door.
Where's the craziest place that you guys have smashed?
At a fire station.
At a fire station. With a fireman?
It sure was.
What do you rate that? 1 to 10.
He was a 3.
A 3.
Unfortunately.
Thumb in or thumb out?
No, thumb in. At the same time, you're making me wet.
You like eating?
Yeah, I
You like eating?
That's the nasty sweat.
What's the biggest thing that you've done in the sheets?
Oh, well, I had an orgy.
Really?
11 people.
How was it? How was it?
But I was called a hugger.
How many girls? How many guys?
One guy, 10 girls.
No way.
In Cabo. Yes.
What is a red flag in a guy?
When he follows too many fan models or celebrities.
And what is a red flag in a guy?
Not letting him see your phone.
What is the weirdest thing a guy can be into in the bedroom?
Definitely some fruity role play.
What do you mean by fruity role play?
Like when they ask for like really weird stuff.
What is the freakiest thing you've done in the bedroom?
Use toys.
What type of toy? Is this your boyfriend?
Only 5 years.
What type of toys you guys be using?
No comment. No comment.
What's a red flag that turns you on?
When guys have toxic masculinity, like when they're honestly like over masculine, that the fact that I'm like, okay, you understand your testosterone level, I like it.
Do you like being dominated?
No, I like being dominant.
Really?
Like a man telling me what to do.
You want to be slapping a man, throwing him around in the bedroom?
No, I prefer to throw that.
Would you guys be open to?
Sure.
Really? How about you?
Sure.
If it was with me,
Sure.
would you date a guy that's very attractive with no money, or a guy that has a lot of money and he's not attractive?
I think that's just a question in the parents. If I really love the person, then it doesn't matter about the money.
What is a red flag in a guy?
When they don't communicate enough and when they don't make plans, they just kind of tell you, what do you want to do? They ask you everything.
What's the biggest red flag in a guy?
Bro, when they can't say loyal, because like, what?
How do you feel about mama's boys?
I think a man that's very independent on his own is very attractive. And if he's dependent on another woman other than me, then I don't know how I feel about that.
What is the freakiest thing you guys have done in the bedroom?
One time in college, I was blackout drunk and I had
2 guys, 1 girl, or
you guys.
did you like it?
I don't remember much of it because I was blackout drunk, but from what I remember, it was good.
Would you do it again?
Hell yeah.
What's your craziest stalking story?
So my actually fiance, decided after I broke up with him and called everything off, decided to stalk me outside of my house and outside of my work for months on end, and had his best friend hack into my social media accounts, my Google Photos account, and see that I deleted all of our photos, and then called me out on it, and yeah, would like follow me to places and show up at places, yeah.
Oh my god, and how did that stop?
I basically told him to fuck off. Essentially, I had a full-on conversation, told him to get away from me, leave me alone. Also got my dad involved, and that was enough. My dad's an experienced man, so that was enough for him to be like, okay, I'm good.
What is the weirdest thing a guy can be into?
Feet.
You're not into feet? No. Would not let a guy suck your toes?
No.
Craziest stalking story.
Craziest stalking story. So my ex-husband actually would follow me to work, would come and show up at my house, threaten to do things that are not appropriate to my family, still used my bank account for many, many years after we were divorced. And I think he's finally moved on.
If you guys had to rate your head game from 1 to 10, what would it be?
9 out of 10.
Why do you say that?
Because I've never gotten a bad complaint from a guy. Best head I've given them.
So why isn't it a 10?
10 out of 10 then.
What is the freakiest thing you've done in the sheets?
I wouldn't say it's the freakiest thing, but it happened recently. I had a guy suck my toes for the first time. That was interesting.
Did you like it?
Yeah, kind of.
How about you?
I would say a good 8 out of 10.
Why do you say 8 out of 10?
Because they never fail to tell me that I'm good. So period.
So why is it an 8?
You know what? 10 out of 10.
What's your secret move in bed?
Reverse cowgirl. Reverse cowgirl, 100%.
What race would you not date?
Romanian.
Romanian? Why is that?
I had a little thing with a Romanian guy, and he was very pushy, he was just very judgy and very too straightforward, too brutal about his comments. He was too honest. Yeah, I don't like that.
What is a red flag in a guy?
Not having like a diverse music taste.
Okay, that's
Still follows his ex on Instagram.
Wears flip-flops.
What is the biggest red flag in a guy?
Mine is if he doesn't like cats.
If he doesn't like, are you into?
Oh, cats.
Yeah.
What is your craziest stalking story?
Stalking? I stalked and found out that an ex followed his. No, I can't. Found out something bad. I don't want to talk for her, but she found out that ex-boyfriend was doing something bad, but she found out by stalking. That was her story.
What is the weirdest thing a guy can be into?
Feet.
Feet? You're not into that. So if a guy wanted to suck your toes, you wouldn't let him.
I'm not into it.
What's the weirdest thing a guy can be into?
Abby, what's the weirdest thing a guy can be into? He wants me to do it to his butt, but I don't wanna.
So do you like pegging guys?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. So if anyone wants me to peg them, I know any guy is gay. Every guy likes to ecstasy. Every guy likes to be a little finger in them, and every guy likes to be pegged. And I had so many guys ask me that, and they were straight.
How did you guys lose your virginity?
I mean, like normal, like high school romance. I'm not trying to drop a bomb, but like my high school sweetheart, like.
You've got a big day, and you need to smell fresh. That's why the all-new Unstoppables gives your clothes a 24-hour non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you can't stop this power, this work, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk. Unstoppables fresh. Smell unstoppable. $6 meal deal. 2 delicious wake-up wraps. And a medium iced or hot coffee for $6. Only at Dunkin'.
Hey, Meta. Play.
Hey, Meta. Take a photo.
It was a good time, for sure.
How did you lose your virginity?
I was 19.
I lost control of my car for exactly 4 seconds on a 2-lane highway in Montana. And in those 4 seconds, a stranger decided my fate. If you've ever driven somewhere remote, somewhere your phone shows no bars and the nearest town is an hour away in either direction, I need you to remember that feeling right now, because that's exactly where I was. I was 26, driving from Spokane to Billings for a job interview, and I'd made the mistake every road tripper makes at least once. I left too late in the day. By the time I hit the stretch of highway between nowhere and nowhere else, the sun was already dropping behind the mountains, and I still had 4 hours to go. I'd been driving for 6 hours straight. My eyes were heavy. The radio had turned the static an hour back, and I hadn't bothered fixing it because there was nothing out there to distract me from anywhere. Just flat road, dark fields, and the occasional pair of headlights coming the other way, gone as fast as they appeared. That's what happened.
Yes, sir, Beast.
Here, maybe 50 feet ahead, stepped out of the tree line. I swerved. My tires caught the gravel shoulder, and for 4 seconds I wasn't driving the car anymore. The car was driving me. I remember the world spinning, the seatbelt locking hard against my chest, and then the sudden stillness when I heard in the ditch, nose down, engine still running. I sat there for a second just breathing. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely unbuckle the seatbelt. When I finally climbed out, I saw the front right tire had blown, and the car wasn't going anywhere without a tow. I had no signal, not one bar. I stood on the shoulder of that highway in the dark, waving my phone around like an idiot, hoping for a single dot to appear. Nothing. That's when headlights appeared behind me, slowing down. A pickup truck pulled onto the shoulder about 20 feet back. The engine idled. For a second, nobody got out, and I remember standing there thinking, please just be someone normal. Please just be someone who wants to help. The driver's door opened and a man stepped out. Maybe mid-40s, flannel jacket, baseball cap pulled low. He walked toward me slow, hands visible, and called out asking if I was okay. I told him what happened, the deer, the ditch, the blown tire. He nodded like he'd seen it 100 times before and said the nearest town was about 20 minutes up the road, and there was a mechanic who might still be open. He offered me a ride. Now I want to be honest with you, because this is the part where you're probably yelling at your screen not to get in that truck. And normally I wouldn't have. But it was pushing 9 at night. I was stranded with no signal, no working car. My choices were get in that truck or spend the night alone in a dead vehicle on the side of a highway. So I got in. The first 10 minutes were fine. He talked about the weather, about how deer season made the stretch of road dangerous every year, about his own truck sliding off this same shoulder 2 winters back. Normal conversation. I started to relax. Then he missed the turn. I noticed it because I'd been watching the road signs, an old habit from years of road trips, always keeping track of where I am. There was a sign for town, 5 miles, pointing left. He drove straight past it. I said something, casual, not accusing, just, hey, I think that was our turn. He didn't answer right away. He just kept driving, eyes forward, hands steady on the wheel. Then he said, shortcut. I looked at the dashboard clock. We'd been driving for almost 20 minutes since passing that sign, on a road that was supposed to be a 5-mile shortcut. The headlights showed nothing but trees now, no houses, no other cars, no lights on the horizon. I asked him to just let me out, told him I'd changed my mind. I'd rather wait by my car. He laughed, not a cruel laugh, almost a nervous one, and said we were almost there. I asked again. He gripped the wheel a little tighter and told me to relax. I want you to understand what that moment feels like, when a stranger tells you to relax and every part of your body does the exact opposite. I put my hand on the door handle. I didn't say anything else. I just waited. The truck slowed for a curve in the road, not a full stop, just enough of a slow, sweeping turn that the speed dropped low. And in that half second, I opened the door and rolled out onto the gravel shoulder. I hit the ground hard, scraped my palms and my knee open, but I was already scrambling into the tree line before I even registered the pain. I heard the truck brake hard behind me, heard the door open, heard him call my name, a name I never gave him, which meant he'd seen it somewhere, my bag, my ID, something I hadn't noticed him look at. I ran. I didn't look back. I ran through brush and low branches in the pitch dark for what felt like forever, until I found a fence line that led to a farmhouse with a porch light on. I pounded on that door until a woman in her 60s opened it, saw my hands and the look on my face, and pulled me inside without asking a single question first. The police searched for that truck for weeks. They never found it. My car, when they finally recovered it, was completely empty. My bag was gone. He must have taken it in the seconds after I ran, or maybe before. I'll never know exactly. To this day, I don't take rides from strangers, not even when it's raining, not even when I'm desperate. Because somewhere out there, a man in a flannel jacket knows my name, and I never told him what it was. I was driving from Denver to Salt Lake City, alone, taking the scenic route through the mountains because I wanted to see the fall colors before winter hit. 9 hours, give or take. I'd done longer drives before. I wasn't worried. Around hour 4, I hit a stretch of highway that GPS didn't like. My phone kept losing signal, the little blue dot freezing and jumping. I figured it was the mountains messing with the towers. So I just kept driving straight, figuring I'd hit a bigger road eventually. That's when I saw the sign for a shortcut, hand-painted, nailed to a wooden post on the shoulder. Faster route to 12 miles. No town name, no official markings, just that. Normally, I wouldn't trust a sign like that. But my phone was basically dead. My gas was getting lower than I liked, and the sun was already dipping behind the ridgeline.
12 miles sounded a lot better than backtracking 40, so I turned. The road went from asphalt to gravel within about a mile. I told myself that was normal for a shortcut. Rural roads are like that sometimes. But then the gravel turned to dirt, and the trees on either side got so thick they blotted out what was left of the daylight. My headlights were the only thing cutting through it. I was thinking about how I was going to be late, how I'd have to explain to my sister why I missed dinner. Normal thoughts, the kind of thoughts you have before your life changes and you don't know it yet. Then I saw the truck. It was parked sideways, blocking most of the road, hazards blinking slow and steady in the dark. No headlights on, no sound, just sitting there like it had been placed. I slowed down, of course. Any decent person would. I figured it was a breakdown, somebody who needed help, or somebody who could point me back toward civilization since my GPS was useless out here. I rolled down my window as I pulled up beside it. Hey, you need a hand. Nothing. The cab was empty. Driver's door hanging open a few inches. Engine still running. I could hear it idling, that low mechanical hum and all that quiet. Here's the thing about being alone on a dark road at night. Your brain starts doing the math before you even ask it to. Empty truck, engine running, door open. Someone left in a hurry, or someone wanted you to stop right here, right in this spot for a reason. I didn't get out. I put it in reverse. That's when the second vehicle showed up behind me. Another truck, this one with its lights on full brights, blocking the road I'd just come down, boxing me in between two trucks on a dirt road that didn't exist on any map I had. I'm going to be honest with you. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely grip the wheel. I did the only thing that made sense. I looked for a gap. There was a thin space of trees to my right, not a real road, just a gap where the underbrush was thinner. I gunned it off the dirt path and into the woods, branches scraping both sides of my car, so loud I thought the windows would shatter. I drove blind for what felt like forever, but was probably 90 seconds. My car dropped hard into a ditch, jolted me so bad my head hit the ceiling, but it kept moving. I could see lights behind me through the trees, moving, searching, but not following directly. Like whoever it was didn't want to wreck their own truck chasing me through brush. I came out the other side onto an actual paved road. I don't know how. I don't know if it was luck or if that gap had been used before by someone else running for their life. I didn't stop to think about it. I drove with no headlights for the first mile because I didn't want to be seen, running purely on the glow of a farmhouse porch light in the distance to keep myself on the road. I made it to a gas station 40 minutes later. I called the police from that gas station parking lot. They took a report. They said they'd send someone to check the area. I asked if this had happened before out there, and the officer on the phone got real quiet for a second before he said, that road's had some issues over the years. That was it. That was all he'd give me. I looked it up later after I got home, after I stopped shaking enough to type. That stretch of road doesn't have an official name in most map systems. It's not maintained by the county. There are posts buried in old forms from other drivers who took a wrong turn following a hand-painted sign and found a truck waiting for them in the dark. I never found out who was in that truck or what would have happened if I hadn't found that gap in the trees. And I think about that more than I want to admit, because the only difference between me telling you this story right now and me being one of those forum posts that just stops was 90 seconds and a gap in the trees I got lucky enough to see in time. If you're ever driving somewhere unfamiliar and you see a hand-painted sign promising a shortcut, I'm asking you, as someone who's been there, just keep driving the long way. If you've ever gotten a bad feeling about someone for no reason at all, only to find out later you were right, then you need to hear this. Because 2 years ago, a feeling I couldn't explain may have saved my life. 2 years ago, I decided to drive from Denver to Phoenix by myself. It's about a 9-hour trip if you don't stop much, and I've done long drives before, so I wasn't worried. I packed snacks, filled up my tank, downloaded a few podcasts, and left around noon so I'd hit most of the drive in daylight. The first few hours were completely normal. I stopped once for gas outside of Colorado Springs, grabbed coffee, texted my sister that I was making good time. Nothing unusual, just highway mountains, and that easy kind of boredom you get on a long drive. It wasn't until I crossed into New Mexico that things started to feel different. I noticed a black pickup truck a few cars behind me on the highway. Nothing special about that. Trucks like that are everywhere out west. But somewhere around Albuquerque, I stopped for gas again. And when I pulled back onto the interstate, the same truck merged in behind me a few minutes later. I told myself it was a coincidence. People take the same route all the time, especially on a Minus 25 heading south. There's really only one road. But then I stopped for food at a diner just off the highway, one of those small places with maybe 6 booths and a bell on the door. I sat by the window, ordered a burger, and about 10 minutes later, that same truck pulled into the lot. A guy got out, maybe mid-40s, nothing threatening about his appearance, and walked inside. He sat 2 booths away from me and ordered coffee. He didn't look at me, didn't say anything, but something about it made the hair on my arm stand up. Call it instinct, call it coincidence, I don't know. I just remember thinking, okay, time to leave. I paid my check, walked out to my car, and pulled back onto the highway. I watched my mirrors the whole time. 10 minutes passed. No truck. 15 minutes. Still nothing. I told myself I'd overreacted. That stress and being tired were playing tricks on me. Then, almost 45 minutes later, I saw headlights coming up fast behind me. Too fast for a normal driver. My stomach dropped before my brain even finished processing what was happening. The truck pulled up right on my bumper, so close I could see the shape of the grille filling my rearview mirror. I sped up, it sped up. I remember gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles went white. My mind was racing through options, exits, gas stations, anything with lights and people. But this stretch of highway was empty, just desert on both sides, dark and flat, with nothing but a thin strip of asphalt cutting through. The truck swerved into the other lane like it was going to pass me, then dropped back and rammed my bumper. Not hard enough to spin me out, but hard enough that my whole car jolted and my heart slammed into my throat. I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed my phone, still doing 80 miles an hour, and dialed 911 with one hand. I'm being followed, I said, trying to keep my voice steady even though it was shaking. Someone's ramming my car. I'm on a Minus 25 southbound. I don't know the mile marker. The dispatcher told me to stay on the line, asked for a description of the vehicle, told me state troopers were being routed toward my location. She told me to keep driving, keep both hands on the wheel when I could, and not to stop for any reason. The truck hit me again, this time harder. My car swerved onto the shoulder, gravel spraying under my tires, and for one horrible second, I thought I was going to lose control completely. I overcorrected, felt the back end fishtail, and somehow, I still don't know how, I kept the car straight. I could see the driver's silhouette in my side mirror when the truck pulled up alongside me for just a moment. He wasn't looking at the road. He was looking at me. That's the part I still can't shake. Not the ramming, not the fear of crashing. The fact that he wanted me to see him looking. The dispatcher kept talking, kept me focused, told me troopers were 4 minutes out. Then just as suddenly as it started, the truck dropped back. I watched its headlights shrink in my mirror, then swing off onto a dirt road I hadn't even noticed was there. Gone, like he knew exactly when to disappear. 2 minutes later, red and blue lights lit up the highway behind me. I pulled over, hands still shaking so badly I could barely put the car in park. The trooper took my statement, checked my car for damage. There were scrapes and a dent in the back bumper, and told me they'd search the area. But the truck had likely turned off toward one of the old ranch roads that connect to nothing but empty land for miles. They never found him. I filed a report. I gave every detail I could remember. The truck, the diner, the license plate I never got a clear look at because it was covered in mud, which I realize now probably wasn't an accident. I finished the rest of the drive with a trooper escort to the next town, and I stayed in a motel that night with the deadbolt, the chain lock, and a chair wedged under the doorknob for good measure. I didn't sleep. I just sat there, staring at the door, replaying his face in my mirror over and over. To this day, I don't know who he was or why he chose me. Maybe I was random. Maybe I wasn't. But I know one thing for certain, that instinct I had back at the diner, the one that told me something was wrong before I had any real proof, that instinct saved my life. I still drive long distances sometimes, but I never ignore that feeling anymore. If something feels wrong, it usually is. And out on those long, empty highways, sometimes the only warning you get is the one your body gives you, long before your mind understands why. If these stories kept you up, kept you tense, or made you check your locks tonight, hit that subscribe button so you never miss the next videos. Drop a like, and down in the comments, tell me which story got under your skin the most. I read every single one of them. Stay safe out there, stay alert, and I'll see you in the next one. Have you ever been completely alone somewhere? No cell service, no neighbors, no way to call for help, and suddenly realized you might not actually be alone? That happened to me. I've done solo camping trips before. I've hiked trails by myself in the middle of nowhere. I like the quiet. I like the distance from people and noise and the constant buzz of everyday life. So when I booked a remote cabin in northern Montana for a week by myself, I wasn't nervous. I was excited. The drive up took almost 4 hours from the nearest town. The last 40 minutes were on a dirt road that cut through thick pine forest. No houses, no other vehicles, just trees and dust and the occasional deer darting across the road. The rental was through a private owner, not one of those big platforms. Just a listing I found on a local tourism board, a phone number, and a guy named Dale who told me the key would be under the mat and that he'd check in by Saturday. That was fine with me. The cabin itself was exactly what I'd hoped for. Small, clean 2 rooms, a wood stove, a porch that faced a narrow creek. No Wi-Fi, which I expected. No cell signal either, which I also expected. I downloaded books, had a physical map, brought enough food for 10 days even though I was only staying 7. I was prepared. The first 2 days were perfect. I read. I hiked the trail behind the property. I cooked over the stove and sat on the porch and listened to nothing but water and wind. My brain started to quiet down in that way. It only does when you're truly away from everything. It was on the 3rd morning that I noticed the first thing. I'd been using the small wooden table near the window to eat my meals. I always left my book face down on the left side of the table before going to bed. That morning, the book was on the right side, face up. I stood there looking at it for a while. I told myself I'd moved it without thinking. That happens. You do things on autopilot, especially in the evening when you're tired. I wasn't alarmed. I just noted it and moved on. That afternoon, I went on a longer hike, about 3 hours out and back. When I returned, the cabin door was unlocked. I was sure I had locked it. I always lock doors. It's something I do automatically, the same way I check the stove before leaving a room. I stood on that porch for a full minute before I went inside. Nothing looked disturbed. Nothing was missing. The food, my gear, my wallet, all where I'd left them. I checked every corner of that cabin. Checked under the bed, inside the small closet behind the bathroom door. Nothing. I told myself the latch was faulty. Old cabin, old hardware. Wind could have pushed it open. It was a stretch, but it was the only explanation that made sense. I slept with a chair propped under the door handle that night. The next morning, I was washing my face at the sink when I looked up at the small mirror above it. There were 2 mugs on the counter. I had only used one since I arrived. Mine was the blue one. I never touched the green one. I didn't even move it when I first got there. But the green mug had dried residue inside it, like someone had made coffee or tea in it and rinsed it out but not washed it. I picked it up and tilted it toward the window light. There was definitely dried liquid inside. A faint brown ring near the bottom. My stomach dropped. I went through every possibility. Could I have used it in my sleep? No, that's not a thing. Could it have been there from a previous guest? Maybe, but it had looked clean and empty when I arrived. I specifically remember glancing at it. I tried to call Dale. No signal. I tried to get enough bars to send a text. Nothing. That afternoon, I found the second bedroom. I hadn't paid much attention to the door at the back of the cabin because I assumed it was a storage closet. When I finally tried the handle, it opened into a small room I hadn't explored. It had a cot, a bare mattress, and a wooden crate in the corner. I hadn't seen this in the rental photos. The crate had a few things inside: a folded flannel jacket, a half-empty water bottle, plastic, the kind you refill, and a paperback novel with a folded page marking someone's place. The water in that bottle was not stable. It was not warm the way water gets when it's been sitting for weeks or months. It was room temperature, fresh. Someone had been staying in that room. I don't know how to describe the feeling that came over me in that moment. It was creeping understanding that I had been sharing that cabin with someone and they had been careful. They had been deliberate. They weren't sloppy enough to be noticed right away, but they also hadn't fully hidden themselves. The mug, the door, the book. Maybe they wanted me to know. I packed my bag in under 10 minutes. I didn't take everything. I left food. I left equipment. I just grabbed my keys, my wallet, my phone, and I walked out to my truck. I drove that 40-minute dirt road in about 25 minutes. My hands didn't stop shaking until I hit the paved road. I drove straight to the sheriff's office in the nearest town and told them everything. They sent 2 deputies out to the cabin that afternoon. They found evidence that someone had been living in that back room for at least several days. Boot prints in the mud behind the cabin. Food wrappers in a small pit that had been dug about 100 yards into the tree line. A crude lean-to shelter further back in the woods, like whoever it was had a secondary spot they could retreat to if needed. They never identified who it was. No one was arrested. No one came forward. Dale, the owner, claimed he had no idea anyone had access to the property. He seemed genuinely rattled when the deputies called him. He said the cabin hadn't been rented in 3 weeks before my booking. 3 weeks. Whoever was in that cabin had been there long before I arrived. They'd already made themselves at home before I ever showed up. And for 3 days, they watched me settle in. They watched me get comfortable. They let me believe I was alone. To this day, I don't know what they wanted. I don't know if they were dangerous or just someone with nowhere to go. I don't know if things would have stayed quiet the whole week or if something would have happened eventually. What I do know is this: that book didn't move itself. That mug didn't rinse itself. And that door didn't unlock on its own. Someone was in there with me. Someone who knew exactly what they were doing. I've taken solo road trips my whole life. Long stretches of highway, a bag in the backseat, nowhere to be and no one waiting on me. It always cleared my head, always felt like freedom. This time, it felt like a trap. It was October, 2 years ago. I was driving from Denver to a small town in southern Utah called Escalante. I'd been there once before, years back, and remembered it as quiet, remote. Exactly the kind of place you go when you need the world to leave you alone. I had a tent, enough food for 4 days, and no cell service to worry about. That was the point. Get off the grid. Reset. I left Denver early Friday morning. The drive was clean and easy for the first 4 hours. Flat highway gave way to red rock. The sky stretched out enormous and empty. and I remember thinking that this was exactly what I needed. Nobody around for miles, just me and the road. I stopped for gas at a small station just past a town called Boulder. 2 pumps, a tiny attached store, and one attendant sitting inside who barely looked up when I walked in to grab a bottle of water. As I was heading back to my car, a man pulled up next to me. Pickup truck, mud-caked, Utah plates. He stepped out and nodded at me. Heading out past here, he asked. I told him, yeah, down toward the canyon area, planning to camp for a few nights. He nodded slowly, like he was thinking something over. Then he said, you by yourself? I told him I was. I didn't think anything of it at the time. People are friendly out there. He probably asked everyone that. Huh, was all he said. Then he went inside. I got back in my car and drove on. I found a campsite about 2 miles off the main road, tucked behind a ridge accessible only by a narrow dirt track. It was beautiful. Red Canyon walls on 3 sides, completely isolated, no one else in sight. I set up my tent, made a small fire, ate, and fell asleep to absolute silence. Day 2 was fine. I hiked. I read. I cooked over the fire. I didn't see a single person. Day 3 is when things changed. I woke up around 6 in the morning to a sound I couldn't immediately place. A low, rhythmic thumping. I lay still in my tent, listening. It stopped after a minute, and I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer, bumping against something nearby. I went back to sleep. That afternoon, I came back from a hike to find my camp disturbed. Not ransacked, not destroyed, just slightly wrong. My camp chair had been moved. Not knocked over, not fallen, moved. Repositioned to face a different direction. The cooler lid was resting differently than how I'd left it, and my hiking boots, which I'd left outside the tent, were placed closer to the tent door. I stood there staring at it for a long time. It could have been the wind. It could have been an animal nosing around. I went through every rational explanation I had and picked the most comfortable one. I told myself it was nothing, but I checked every inch of that campsite before dark. I looked behind the ridge. I walked the tree line. Nothing. No signs of anyone. I zipped the tent up tight that night and lay awake a lot longer than I wanted to admit. I woke at 2 a.m. to the sound of my car door handle being tried. Not the wind, not an animal. A clean mechanical click like someone had gripped the handle and pulled it. Once. Then nothing. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I lay there completely rigid. My car was about 20 feet from the tent. I had locked it. I was certain I had locked it, but lying there in the dark, I suddenly wasn't sure of anything. I waited 15 minutes, maybe 20. Nothing else happened. I grabbed my pocket knife, unzipped the tent as quietly as I could, and looked out. Moonlight, red rock, silence. No one there. I walked to my car, still locked, nothing disturbed. I spent the rest of that night sitting up, back against the car, knife in my hand, watching the tree line until the sky went gray. When it was light enough to see, I packed everything up. I didn't make coffee. I didn't eat. I broke camp in under 15 minutes and drove back to the main road. About halfway out on that dirt track, I passed a green pickup truck parked just off the road, engine off. No one inside that I could see. It hadn't been there when I came in. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I just drove. By the time I hit the main highway, I had the heat on full and both hands locked on the wheel. I kept checking my mirrors the entire way back through Boulder. I pulled into a gas station and sat in the parking lot for a while, hands shaking, trying to convince myself I'd overreacted, that it was a local, someone parked out there for a hike or to check on land, that the car door was just the metal contracting in the cold night air. I pulled out my phone when I got signal back. I'd been out of range for 3 days, so it took a few minutes to load everything. When it did, I had a text from my brother, sent the day before. He'd seen a local news article. A man had been arrested 2 counties over in Garfield County, Utah. The charges were breaking and entering, criminal trespass, and what the article described as predatory surveillance of campers in remote areas. He'd been doing it for months, going into campsites when people were away, moving things, documenting them, watching. They found photos on his phone, dozens of campsites, tents from a distance, cars with license plates circled. They found my make and model in the article description of his vehicle, a gray sedan, Colorado plates, my car. I sat in that parking lot for a long time. I don't know exactly what he was doing out there. I don't know how close he got or how long he watched before deciding what to do next. What I do know is that he was arrested 2 days after I left, at a campsite 30 miles south of where I'd been, with someone else. That person was found safe. I still go on road trips. I still go alone sometimes. But I lock my car twice now, every single night. I keep the tent zipped, and I pay very close attention when a stranger asks me if I'm by myself. Some questions aren't just making conversation. This happened in November 4 years ago. I was going through one of the roughest stretches of my life, a breakup, a job change. A buddy of mine had mentioned a trail in northern Montana, remote, quiet, barely touched. He'd done it the previous summer and said it cleared his head like nothing else ever had. I didn't tell many people I was going. My mom knew. My coworker knew. That was it. I packed a 3-day bag, loaded up my truck, and drove 7 hours north until the highway turned into a 2-lane road, and the 2-lane road turned into gravel. The trailhead was exactly where the pin on my map said it would be, a small wooden post with a faded sign, a rusted metal box bolted to it where you were supposed to drop a paper slip with your name and estimated return date. I filled one out, folded it, dropped it in. Looking back, I'm grateful I did that. It might be the reason I'm here to tell this story. The first day was everything I needed it to be. Cold, clean air, the smell of pine and wet earth, nothing but the sound of my own boots and the occasional creak of branches in the wind. I camped near a stream that first night, ate a hot meal from a foil pouch, and slept better than I had in months. Day 2 started the same way. I was maybe 4 hours into the hike when I found the campsite. It wasn't on any of the trail maps I downloaded. It was maybe 60 feet off the marked path, half hidden behind a cluster of spruce trees. I only noticed it because of the fire ring, a circle of blackened rocks with ash that still had a faint warmth to it when I crouched down and held my hand over it. Recent, maybe that morning. I told myself it was another hiker. Nothing strange about that. But there were things around that camp that didn't sit right with me. A tarp tied low between 2 trees, so low you'd almost have to crawl to get under it. A rope looped around a branch above it, and lined up along a log in a neat, deliberate row, 6 empty food cans, all different brands, all wiped clean on the inside. Not thrown away, arranged, like someone wanted to keep count. I left quickly and didn't mention it out loud, even to myself. By early afternoon, I reached a ridge that gave me a clear view of the valley below. That's when I saw the smoke. Not campfire smoke that moves and shifts and disappears. This was thin and steady, coming from a spot deep in the tree line that wasn't marked on my map as anything at all. I pulled out my compass and oriented myself. The smoke was coming from the northeast, roughly in the direction I was heading. I adjusted my route to swing wide of it. I told myself I was just being cautious. I told myself any reasonable person would do the same. What I didn't expect was to hear the radio. It was faint at first, a country song crackling with static coming from somewhere below the ridge. Then it cut out. Then it came back. I stood completely still and listened. It wasn't close, maybe 300 or 400 yards, but in that kind of silence, sound carries. It played for about 30 seconds and then went dead. I moved faster after that. I wasn't running, but I wasn't sightseeing anymore either. An hour before sunset, I found a flat clearing and set up my tent. I kept my headlamp off and ate cold food straight from the packaging. I didn't want light. I didn't want noise. I just wanted to get through the night. I woke up at 2 in the morning. No sound, no movement, nothing I could point to. Just the sudden jarring feeling of being completely alert. I lay still inside my sleeping bag and listened for a long time. Wind in the trees, distant water, Nothing else. Then my tent shifted, not violently, just a slow, deliberate pressure against the side of the fabric, like something leaning against it from the outside. I stopped breathing. My hand moved to the small folding knife I kept clipped to the inside pocket of my bag. The pressure held for several seconds, then released. I waited a full 20 minutes before I unzipped the tent. There was nothing there. No animal prints in the soft ground that I could make out in the dark. Nothing disturbed. But my boot, one of the two I'd left just outside the tent flap, had been moved. Not knocked over. Moved. Set upright, facing the opposite direction. I broke camp before sunrise. Didn't eat. Didn't think. I just moved. I came out of the trailhead 4 hours later, legs burning, heart still running faster than it should have been. My truck was the only vehicle in the lot, but there was a second paper slip sitting on top of the metal registration box, not inside it, on top of it, held down by a small lock. It had a name I didn't recognize and an entry date of 2 days before mine. No return date filled in. I drove to the nearest ranger station, about 40 minutes south. I told them what I'd seen. The camp, the cans, the smoke, the radio. The ranger behind the desk didn't look surprised. He pulled out a binder and asked me to point to the area on a topographic map. When I showed him, he circled it slowly with a pen. He told me they'd had reports from that area before. Someone living out there off and on for at least 2 seasons. Not a missing person, not a known threat, just someone who didn't want to be found. He said they'd looked twice and found signs of habitation, but never a person. Then he said something I've never been able to stop thinking about. He said, the thing about people like that is they're very good at knowing when someone's looking for them, and even better at deciding whether to let themselves be found. I drove the whole 7 hours home without stopping. I haven't been back to Montana. I don't know if I ever will. But every now and then, I think about that boot, sitting there in the dark, facing the other direction. And I think about whoever moved it, knowing I was inside, knowing I was alone and choosing to walk away. These are solo trip horror stories. If you made it through all 3 stories, drop a comment below. Tell me which one got to you the most. I read every single one. If you want more videos like this, hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you won't miss what's coming next. Give this video a like if you enjoyed it. Stay safe out there. Have you ever made a mistake so small that it changed your entire night? I had, and it happened in an airport. It was February. I'd been traveling for work for almost 3 weeks straight, Dallas, then Phoenix, then up to Seattle, and now I was finally headed home to Charlotte. I hadn't slept more than 4 hours in any single stretch for the past 10 days. My eyes felt like sandpaper. My thinking was foggy. I was running entirely on bad airport coffee and the promise of my own bed. Atlanta Hartsfield. If you've ever connected through that airport, you already know it's basically its own city. 7 concourses, hundreds of gates, tens of thousands of people moving in every direction at all hours. Even on a good day, with a rested brain, it can scramble you. That night, it scrambled me completely. My connection was tight, only 40 minutes. I came off the jetway already moving fast, pulling my carry-on, checking my phone for the gate number. B14. Okay. I was in concourse B already. I found the train, rode it 1 stop, and speed walked to B14. The gate board said Charlotte. Boarding was already in progress. I got in line, scanned my boarding pass, and walked down the jetway without a second thought. I found a middle seat, shoved my bag in the overhead, and sat down. I put my headphones in before the doors even closed. I was asleep before we pushed back from the gate. I woke up to the captain's voice announcing our initial descent. I pulled my headphones out, stretched my neck, and looked out the window at the city lights below. Something felt off immediately, but I couldn't place it. Cities at night all look similar, grids of orange and white light. I told myself I was just disoriented from sleep. We landed. The wheels hit the runway hard. I waited groggy for the seatbelt sign to ding off, and then I reached up for my bag and filed out with everyone else. The jetway, the gate, and then I stopped walking. The airport around me was wrong. This was supposed to be Charlotte Douglas International, and nothing about what I was looking at matched any memory I had of that airport. The signage was different. The layout was different. The concourse stretched in a direction that didn't make sense to me. I stood there for a solid 10 seconds just trying to reorient myself. Maybe a different terminal. Maybe construction had changed things. I walked to the nearest screen and looked up at the arrivals board. Nashville International Airport. I read it 3 times. Nashville. I was in Nashville, Tennessee, not Charlotte, North Carolina, not home. I boarded the wrong plane. I stood there in the middle of that concourse with people flowing around me on both sides, and I felt something I can only describe as a kind of free fall. Like the floor dropped an inch beneath me. The exhaustion, the disorientation, the dawning horror of what I had actually done, it all hit at once. I called my wife. It went to voicemail. I called again. Voicemail. I texted her, I'm in Nashville. Don't panic. I messed up. I'm figuring it out. Then I walked to the nearest airline desk to figure out what was possible. And that's where the story stops being about a simple mistake. The agent at the desk was helpful, professional, doing everything right. She pulled up my original boarding pass, confirmed the error on my end, started looking for the next available flight to Charlotte. While she was typing, I glanced around the gate area out of habit. Tired habit. The kind of look you do when you've spent weeks in airports and you're always half scanning your environment without meaning to. There was a man sitting directly across from the desk. He wasn't looking at his phone. He wasn't reading anything. He wasn't doing what people in airports do. He was just sitting there completely still, watching me, not glancing, not the casual eye contact you make with strangers, watching, with a focus that was patient and deliberate. I looked away, told myself it was nothing. The agent gave me options. Next flight to Charlotte was at 6 in the morning, almost 7 hours away. She could get me on standby for an earlier one if there were cancellations, but she couldn't promise anything. I thanked her, took the confirmation, and turned to find somewhere to sit and wait out the night. The man was gone. I found a row of seats near my gate, sat down, and plugged my phone into charge. I texted my wife again with the update. She replied finally, worried, then relieved, then gently laughing at me in the way she does when something is awful but also kind of funny. I almost felt normal again. I must have dozed off sitting upright. I don't know for how long. When I came back, the concourse had thinned out significantly. Late night in a smaller airport, most of the shops were closed. Most of the gates were dark. Maybe 30 or 40 people visible in the whole stretch of terminal. My bag was unzipped. I always zip my bag, always. It's habit from years of traveling. The main compartment, the front pocket, both zipped. The main compartment was open, not wide open, just unzipped. The zipper head sitting 6 inches from where it should have been. I went through everything. My laptop was there. My wallet was in my jacket, which it always is. Nothing obvious was missing. My travel documents were in the front pocket, still zipped. I couldn't find anything gone. But someone had been in that bag while I slept. In a public airport with cameras and people in security, someone had crouched next to me and gone through my belongings while I was unconscious in a chair. I didn't sleep again after that. I sat with my bag on my lap, my back against the wall, watching that terminal for the next 5 hours until my gate opened. I never saw the man again. I never figured out what, if anything, was taken. When I got home to Charlotte, I went through every pocket, every compartment, every sleeve. Everything seemed to be there. 2 weeks later, there were 3 charges on a credit card I didn't know had been compromised. A card that lives in a hidden slot in the back panel of that bag. A slot I never use and never check because I forget it's there. Whoever went through my bag knew that slot existed. They knew exactly where to look. Most people think the scariest thing about flying is the plane going down, but what happened to me never left the ground. I've flown probably 40 times in my life. Layovers, red-eyes, early morning departures where you're half asleep and running on bad coffee. You get used to airports, the noise, the crowds. That's what I kept telling myself the night I got stranded at Denver International. It was February, 2 years ago. I was flying back home to Columbus after visiting my sister in Savannah. My connecting flight got delayed first by an hour, then 2. Then they finally announced it was canceled altogether due to weather up north. The gate agent handed me a hotel voucher, but by the time I got through the rebooking line, every shuttle to every nearby hotel was completely full. The airline said they'd get me on the first flight out at 6 in the morning. So I was stuck. The main terminal still had some people scattered around, other stranded passengers, a few food court workers finishing their shifts. I found a row of seats near gate D14, plugged in my phone, and figured I'd just ride it out. It was around 11:30 at night. By 1 a.m., the terminal had emptied out to almost nothing. That's something people don't think about. Airports at night feel completely different. The lights stay on. The announcements still play every so often, but the energy just drains out of the place. I wasn't scared, not then. I was just bored and tired and a little annoyed. Around 1:30, I got up to find a vending machine. I'd eaten at the food court earlier but wanted something to snack on. I walked down the terminal corridor, passing closed gate after closed gate, until I found a little alcove with vending machines and a single men's restroom. Got a bag of chips, used the bathroom, headed back. When I came out of that alcove, there was a man standing about 30 feet away in the middle of the corridor. He wasn't walking. He wasn't on his phone. He was just standing there, facing my direction, completely still. Middle-aged, I'd say. Dark jacket, no luggage, no bag of any kind. Just standing there in an empty airport corridor at 1:30 in the morning. I figured he was disoriented. Maybe another stranded passenger who wandered away from the gate areas. I nodded at him as I walked past. He didn't respond, didn't move. His eyes tracked me, but his body didn't shift at all. I kept walking. Back at my gate, I sat down and told myself I was being paranoid. Airports attract all kinds of people. He probably had a reason to be there that I just couldn't see. But 20 minutes later, I looked up from my phone and he was at the far end of the gate seating area. Still standing, still not doing anything. I looked around. There was one other person visible from where I was sitting, a woman 2 gates down, asleep across a row of seats, headphones in. I couldn't see any airport staff from where I sat. I picked up my bag, walked to the gate counter, and used the desk phone to call for airport security. The recording told me to press 1 for ground transportation and 2 for terminal assistance. I pressed 2 and got put on hold. I hung up. I looked back. He had moved closer, maybe just 20 feet further into the gate area, but he had moved, and he was still just standing there, looking in my direction. I walked directly to the woman who was sleeping, and I woke her up. She was startled at first, pulled her headphones out, looked at me like I was the problem. I quietly told her there was a man who'd been standing and staring for the better part of an hour, and I didn't feel right about it, and I just didn't want to be alone right now. Something in my voice must have convinced her because she looked over my shoulder, and I watched her expression shift. She said, "Yeah, that's not normal." We walked together to the main security checkpoint area, which was closed for the night but had a staff booth just past it. I explained what was happening. The TSA officer called it in on his radio. 2 airport police officers, showed up within 5 minutes. We took them back toward the gate. The man was gone. They did a sweep of the surrounding gates and the restroom alcove. Nothing. One of the officers came back to me and asked if I could describe the man more specifically: height, build, age, anything distinctive. I told them everything I remember. He wrote it down, and then he said something that I still think about. He said they'd had a report earlier that evening of a man matching a similar description who'd been removed from baggage claim for approaching multiple persons and asking them if they were traveling alone. He'd been escorted out of the building, not arrested, just escorted out. He had come back in. The officers let me and the woman sit in a small staff area near the security booth for the rest of the night. Plastic chairs and fluorescent lights, but I didn't care. Around 5:30, they walked us both back to our gates. I never saw the man again. I don't know if they found him that night or not. The officer who took my information gave me a card and said they'd follow up, but nobody ever called. I fly through Denver pretty regularly for work. Every single time, no matter how tired I am, no matter how many people are around me, I don't sleep in the terminal. I'm not someone who gets rattled easily. I've flown probably 40, 50 times in my life. Airports don't intimidate me. Crowds don't bother me. I know how to move through a terminal, head down, earbuds in, get to your gate, wait. Simple routine. But there's something about being alone in an airport at 2 in the morning that strips all that confidence right off me. It was a layover in Chicago, O'Hare International. If you've ever been through that airport, you know it's massive, one of the busiest in the world during the day. But at 2:30 in the morning, most of the terminals go quiet. Shops are shuttered. Cleaning crews are sparse. The people who are there, the stragglers, the overnight travelers, they kind of disappear into corners and charging stations and dark restaurant booths with their eyes closed. I had a 5-hour layover. My connecting flight to Portland wasn't until 6:15. I'd done the math a dozen times. Sleep wasn't happening. I'd had too much coffee. My back was stiff from the first flight, and the seats at my gate had those armrests designed specifically to stop you from lying down. So I figured I'd walk, clear my head, maybe find a vending machine that still worked. That's when I noticed the woman. She was sitting across from me at the gate when I first sat down, maybe 60 feet away, older, gray hair pulled back tight, wearing a long wool coat that seemed completely wrong for Chicago in July. I didn't think much of it. People wear strange things in airports. Temperature regulation, comfort, whatever. I glanced at her, looked away, got on my phone. When I came back from my walk about 20 minutes later, she was in a different seat, closer, still facing my direction. I told myself she just moved for a better charging outlet. There were outlets every few feet along the wall, totally reasonable. I sat back down, put one earbud in, kept my phone out. Around 3 in the morning, I got up to use the restroom. When I came back, she was gone. I actually felt a small, stupid wave of relief. Then my phone buzzed. Notification from the airline app. A gate change. My flight had moved to Concourse F that was across the airport. A train ride and a long walk. I grabbed my bag, checked the time. Figured I had plenty of cushion and started moving. The interterminal train was empty except for me and a maintenance worker who got off after one stop. By the time I reached Concourse F, the corridor was long and dim, half the overhead lights on some kind of low-power night mode. My footsteps echoed. The gate I needed, F14, was at the far end. I found it, sat down, pulled out my phone to confirm the new gate. That's when I realized the notification I got wasn't from the airline app. It was from a number I didn't recognize, no contact saved, just a raw 10-digit number. The message said, Gate F14, 315. It was 311. I stared at that message for a long time. I told myself it was a mistake, a misdirected text, some kind of automated system glitch span. I almost convinced myself. Then I looked up. The woman in the wool coat was sitting at the end of the row. She hadn't been there when I sat down. I don't know how she got there without me hearing her. I don't know how she'd known to come to this concourse. I don't know why she was watching me with that completely flat, unreadable expression, like I was something she was waiting to collect. I stood up immediately, trying to look calm because my brain was telling me I was probably overreacting, probably being paranoid, probably about to feel embarrassed about this later. I walked to the gate desk. No agent on duty, they don't staff the desk that far in advance, especially not overnight. The desk was dark. The jetway door was locked. I pulled up the airline's website directly and searched my flight number. The gate listed was B-22, not F-14. The notification, wherever it had actually come from, had sent me to the wrong concourse entirely. There was no gate change. There never had been. I turned around. She was standing now. I didn't wait. I just moved. Fast walked toward the corridor I'd come from, back toward the train station. Not running, because running felt like it would make something real that I was still hoping wasn't. I got to the train platform and hit the button. The board said 4 minutes. I stood with my back against the wall, watching the corridor. She appeared at the far end about 30 seconds later, walking, unhurried, like she knew exactly where I was going and wasn't worried about catching up. The train took 3 minutes and 47 seconds. I counted. She reached the platform just as the doors were opening. I stepped on. She stopped at the edge of the platform, didn't board, just watched the doors close. I rode back to Concourse B shaking, found the gate, found a cluster of other travelers, a staff desk, bright lights. I sat in the most visible seat I could find and didn't move for 2 hours. I reported it to airport security. They took my information, asked me to describe her, told me they'd look into it. I don't know if they ever found her. No one followed up. What I keep coming back to, what I haven't been able to shake, is the text, because I never figured out how someone knew to send me to that concourse, to that specific gate, at that specific time. My flight information wasn't public. My number wasn't posted anywhere. And whoever sent that message had known, somehow, that I was alone, that I would follow a gate change notification without questioning it, that I'd walk to the far end of a dark, empty concourse at 3 in the morning without a second thought. I fly a lot less now, and when I do fly, I don't move from my gate for anything. Not for a notification, not for a message, not for anything I didn't know about before I sat down. Because whatever that night was, whoever that woman was, I know one thing for certain. I was being led somewhere, and I don't want to find out what would have happened if I'd stayed. These are 3 airport horror stories. If any of these made you grip your seat a little tighter, hit that like button right now. And if you're new here, subscribe and press the bell icon if you do not want to miss what's coming next. Drop a comment below and tell me which of these 3 hit you the hardest. I read every single one. Until next time, stay safe out there. If you've ever stopped for gas at 2 in the morning and felt like you should just wait until sunrise, trust that feeling. I didn't, and it's the reason I don't drive at night anymore. I was 26, driving back from my cousin's wedding in Reno, heading home to Sacramento. It was late October. I'd been on the road for almost 4 hours and my tank light had been blinking for the last 20 miles. There wasn't much out there, just flat highway, dead fields, and the occasional glow of a sign in the distance. I finally saw one. A gas station's off Route 80, one of those old independent ones, not a chain, with a single flickering light over the pumps and a small convenience store attached. The parking lot was empty, except for one truck parked way off to the side. No plates that I could see from where I pulled in. I remember thinking it was strange that a place like this stayed open all night, but I needed gas, so I didn't think much of it. I got out, swiped my card at the pump, and it didn't work. Tried again. Declined. I checked my bank app, saw the money was there, so it had to be the machine. I looked toward the store and saw a guy behind the counter, maybe in his 50s, watching me through the window. He didn't wave, didn't come out, just watch. I walked in to pay cash. The bell above the door gave this thin, tired jingle, and the smell hit me first, something like old coffee and bleach. Way too much bleach, like someone had just finished scrubbing something down. The lights bugged. One of them stuttered every few seconds. "Pump's broken," the man said before I even spoke. His voice was flat, almost rehearsed. "Pay here." I handed him 2 20s for pump 3, and he counted them slow, like he was stalling. I noticed his hands were shaking slightly. While he counted, I glanced around the store. It was cluttered, dusty, shelves half empty like it hadn't been restocked in months. And there was a door behind the counter, slightly open, leading to what I guessed was a back room or office. I could hear something from in there. A low hum, mechanical, like a freezer or a generator running. Then I heard it, a voice, muffled, coming from behind that door. A man's voice, and he said one word clear enough for me to catch it. "Please." The man's eyes flicked toward the door for half a second, and then locked back on me, and he smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was the kind of smile people give you when they're trying to convince you that you didn't just hear what you heard. "TV," he said. "Forgot to turn it off." I nodded like I believed him, because honestly, some part of my brain was already telling me to just get back in my car. But another part, the stupid part, the part that didn't want to be rude or paranoid, made me stay standing there another few seconds. That's when I saw it. Taped to the inside of the counter, half hidden under a stack of receipts, was a missing persons flyer. A young man, maybe early 20s, smiling in the fold. The date on it said he'd gone missing 3 weeks earlier, last seen along the stretch of highway. I looked up at him. He was still smiling, but his jaw had tightened. "You should get your gas," he said. "Pump's on now." I didn't argue. I walked out slow, forcing my legs to move at a normal pace, even though every instinct in me was screaming to run. I got to the pump, and this time it worked. I kept glancing at the store window. He was still standing there, hands on the counter, watching me pump gas like it was the only thing in the world he cared about. I finished, capped the tank, and got in the car. I didn't pull out because I didn't want to give him a reason to think I was scared, or worse, to think I'd seen something I shouldn't have. I pulled out onto the highway at a normal speed, and it wasn't until the gas station disappeared from my rearview mirror that I let myself press the gas down hard. About 2 miles down the road, I saw headlights come up fast behind me, way too fast for an empty highway at 3 in the morning. I sped up. The lights sped up too, and closed the distance fast enough that I could see it was a truck, the same one that had been parked off to the side of the station. I did the only thing I could think of. I took the next exit, even though I had no idea where it led, hoping he'd stay on the highway. He didn't. He followed me off. I found myself on a narrow county road with no streetlights, no houses, nothing but trees on either side. My phone had 1 bar of signal. I dialed 911 with shaking hands and told the dispatcher where I was, what I'd seen, the gas station, the flyer, the voice behind the door. She told me to keep driving, stay on the line, and the unit was already in the area. The truck stayed behind me for another 4 minutes. 4 minutes that felt like an hour. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it slowed down, made a U-turn, and disappeared back the way it came. I kept driving until I saw actual houses, actual streetlights, and I didn't stop until I reached the 24-hour diner 2 towns over, where I sat in the parking lot until it was bright enough outside that the dark didn't feel like it was pressing in on the windows anymore. The police did go out to that gas station. I found out weeks later through a local news update my cousin sent me that they found signs someone had been kept in that back room. The man was arrested. The missing man from the flyer was found alive in a hospital 2 counties over. I think about that flyer sometimes, about how close I came to just getting back in my car and driving off like nothing happened, telling myself I imagined that voice. If I had, I don't think anyone would have ever found him. I still stop for gas during the day now. No exceptions. And if I ever hear someone say please from behind a closed door, I'm not walking away this time. It was a Tuesday night, late October, and I was driving back from my cousin's place in Ohio, heading home to Pennsylvania. 3.5 hours into the drive, my low fuel light came on. I wasn't worried. I'd passed a dozen gas stations already. But the next stretch of highway was different, dark, no billboards, no exits for miles. By the time I saw the station, my tank was basically fumes. It was just a single building with 2 pumps and a flickering sign that said open, even though half the letters were burnt out. The parking lot was empty except for 1 car, a sedan parked crooked near the edge. Whoever left it didn't care where it landed. I pulled up to the pump, got out, and immediately felt how quiet it was. I swiped my card, started fueling, and looked toward the store. The lights were on inside, but I didn't see anyone moving. That's when I noticed the door was propped open with a rock, just slightly, maybe 6 inches, in late October, in Pennsylvania. Nobody props a door open like that unless they want airflow, or unless they left in a hurry and didn't think about it. I told myself it was nothing. Gas stations are weird places at night. People do weird things. I finished fueling, and because I needed a coffee to stay awake, I walked inside. The bell above the door didn't ring. I remember that specifically because I looked up at it, expecting the sound, and it just stayed still, like the wire had been cut or the batteries were dead. The inside of the store was normal, shelves of chips, a coffee machine humming in the corner, a cooler full of drinks, but there was no one behind the counter. I called out, "Hello." My voice sounded too loud in that empty space. Nothing. I waited maybe 30 seconds, which doesn't sound long, but standing alone in a lit convenience store at 2 a.m., 30 seconds feels like an hour. I walked toward the counter to see if maybe the clerk had just stepped into a back room. That's when I saw it, a phone lying on the floor behind the register, screen cracked, still lit up, not shattered from being dropped by accident, cracked in a way that looked like it had been thrown or stepped on hard. I stood there staring at it, and my first instinct, the dumb human instinct, was to pick it up and see whose it was. But something in me said, don't touch anything. I don't know how to explain that feeling, except that it was the loudest thought I've ever had. I backed away from the counter, and that's when I heard it. A sound from the back of the store past the cooler doors, where a hallway led to what I assumed was a stock room or an employee bathroom. It wasn't footsteps. It was breathing, slow, deliberate, like someone trying very hard to keep it quiet and not quite managing it. I turned around and walked straight for the door, forcing myself not to run, because some part of my brain thought running would provoke whatever was breathing back there. I got outside. I walked fast to my car, got in, locked the doors, and sat there for a second with my hands shaking on the wheel. I looked back at the store window. The lights were still on. Nothing moved. I should have just left. I know that now. But I made the mistake of glancing at that crooked sedan parked near the edge of the lot, and I noticed something I hadn't seen before. The driver's side door was slightly open, just like the store's front door had been. Not slammed shut, not locked, just left ajar like someone had gotten out in a hurry and never came back to close it. That detail is the one that still keeps me up some nights, because 2 doors left open like that isn't a coincidence. Someone left that car in a rush. Someone left that register in a rush. And the breathing I heard told me that whatever happened here, it wasn't finished yet. I didn't call the police right away. My hands were shaking too hard to think straight. And honestly, my first thought was just get out of here. I pulled out of that lot so fast my tires actually screeched on the pavement, something I'd never done in my life. About 10 minutes down the road, once my heart rate came down enough to think clearly, I called 911 and told them everything: the open doors, the cracked phone, the breathing. The dispatcher asked me to describe the location as best I could, and I did, though it was hard since I never even caught the station's name. She told me a unit would check it out. I never heard back with details. I called the local police non-emergency line a few days later, and they confirmed a unit had responded, but they couldn't share information about an active situation with someone who wasn't involved in the incident itself. That's it. That's all I know. No news story ever surfaced that I could find. No missing persons report that match. Just an empty gas station, 2 open doors, a cracked phone on the floor, and someone breathing in the dark who never came out to see who else was there. I still think about the drive I would have taken if my tank hadn't been empty. I think about how close I came to just topping off the tank outside and skipping the store altogether. And I think about that breathing, slow and controlled, like whoever it was knew exactly how to stay hidden. If you've ever driven alone at night and pulled into a gas station that felt just a little too quiet, I need you to listen to this before you ever do it again. I was driving back from my work meeting, somewhere around 11 at night. I wanted coffee before the last stretch home. My gas gauge was low too, hovering just above empty, so when I saw the glow of a station up ahead, I felt relieved. One of those old stations, with a flickering sign that just said gas, food, ice. I pulled in. There was one other car there, a dark green sedan parked near the air pump, like whoever left it hadn't cared how it looked. No one was in it. I didn't think much of that at the time. People leave cars in weird spots all the time. I got out, swiped my card at the pump, and started filling up. That's when the station door opened and a guy walked out. Maybe mid-30s, flannel shirt despite the heat, holding a plastic bag. He didn't look at me. He walked straight to the green sedan, opened the driver's door, and just sat there. Didn't start the engine. Didn't do anything. Just sat in the dark car with the door shut. I remember thinking that was strange, but you know how it is. You're tired. You're half in your own head. You let things slide past you that you probably shouldn't. I finished pumping gas and went inside to grab that coffee. The guy behind the counter was maybe 60, thin, reading glasses pushed up on his forehead, watching an old TV with the volume down low. He nodded at me. I nodded back, ordinary as anything. I poured my coffee, grabbed a candy bar, and when I set it on the counter, the old man looked past me out the window toward the green sedan. His face changed, just slightly, the kind of look you give when you recognize something you wish you didn't. He said, "You didn't park next to him, did you?" I told him no. I was on the other side by pump 3. He nodded slowly and rang me up without saying anything else. I paid, I said goodnight, and I walked back out into that thick, warm air. The green sedan was still there, door still shut. I could see the guy's silhouette through the windshield, just sitting, facing forward, hands probably on the wheel. I couldn't tell for sure in the dark. I got in my car. I remember locking the doors out of habit, not really out of fear yet. I started the engine and began pulling out of the lot. That's when the sedan's headlights came on. Not the engine, just the headlights. Bright, aimed right through my back windshield, lighting up my whole car like daylight for a second. I told myself he was just checking his phone, or he'd bumped the wrong switch, something explainable like that. I pulled onto Route 9 and started driving. The headlights stayed behind me. For the first mile, I figured we were just going the same direction. Roads like that, there's really only one way to go if you're heading toward the highway. But then I slowed down at a stop sign that most locals would blow through this late at night, and he slowed down too. Way too much, way too matched to mine. I sped up, he sped up. I want to be clear, this wasn't some movie chase. It was worse than that because it was so mundane. He never got close enough to tailgate me. He never flashed his lights or honked. He just stayed a consistent distance back, like he was pacing me, like he was studying how I drove. My hands were sweating on the wheel. I thought about calling 911, but what would I even say? A car is behind me on a public road. I knew how that would sound. About 4 miles down, there's a gas station and a diner combo, one of those 24-hour truck stop places with actual light and actual people. I made the decision fast. I hit my blinker and swerved into that lot harder than I should have, tires screeching a little on the turn. The green sedan didn't follow me in. It just kept going straight down Route 9, taillights shrinking into the dark like nothing had happened at all. I sat in that truck stop parking lot for almost 20 minutes with the doors locked, engine running, watching the road. My coffee had gone cold in the cup holder. My hands wouldn't stop shaking even after the adrenaline should have worn off. Eventually, I went inside, told the guy at the counter I just needed a minute, and he let me sit in a booth without asking questions. Small towns are good like that sometimes. I called my dad, told him what happened. He said the same thing everyone says, that I did the right thing, that I should have called the police, that maybe it was nothing. And maybe it was nothing. Maybe the guy really did have somewhere to be that happened to be my direction for 4 miles at my exact speed. People tell me that all the time when I bring this up. But here's the part that stays with me. When I got home that night, shaking, exhausted, I looked up that gas station out of pure curiosity, just to see if it had reviews or anything online. Buried in the reviews from almost 2 years earlier, someone had written about a nearly identical experience. Different car, different description of the man, but the same station, the same headlights turning on right as they pulled out, the same slow followed drive down Route 9. The review had 6 replies under it, all from different people, all describing some version of the same thing. I don't stop at that station anymore. I go the long way now, even though it adds 15 minutes to my drive. And if I ever see a car sitting in a lot with someone just sitting inside it, not doing anything, not going anywhere, I don't wait around to find out why. That's 3 gas station horror stories. If these stories keep you on edge, hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss the next terrifying upload. Drop a like if you made it to the end, and let us know in the comments which story scared you the most. Stay safe out there, lock your doors, and remember, the scariest stories are the ones that could actually happen to you. See you in the next one. I've never been the type to measure rooms. Most people aren't. But the day I did, I found out my house was hiding something in someone. I bought my first house when I was 31. It wasn't perfect. 3 bedrooms, 1.5 baths, a narrow backyard that got almost no sunlight. But it was mine. I'd saved for 6 years, worked overtime I didn't have the energy for, and finally signed the papers in August. The house was in a quiet neighborhood outside of Knoxville, Tennessee. Old trees, wide porches, the kind of street where people still wave from their driveways. The previous owner had passed away. The realtor told me that up front, like she was proud of her transparency. Elderly man lived there alone for decades, died in a hospital, not in the house. She made that part clear too. I didn't care either way. I wasn't superstitious. I was just glad to have a place that was mine. The first 2 weeks were normal. I unpacked slowly, room by room. I painted the hallway. I fixed a leaking faucet in the kitchen. I got used to the sounds old houses make at night, the groaning, the settling, the pipes moving air through them like they're breathing. But there was one thing that had been bothering me since the first walkthrough. The house had a basement. Nothing unusual about that. But from the outside, standing in the backyard. The house looked longer than it did from the inside. I'd noticed it early on and just filed it away as one of those things. The way your eyes play tricks on you with angles and distance. Old houses have strange proportions. I didn't think much of it. Then I started measuring. I don't even know what made me do it. I was assembling a bookshelf one Saturday morning and I had my tape measure out and I just started measuring. The living room, the hallway, the first bedroom, the second, the third. I drew a rough sketch on the back of an envelope. When I added everything up, I was about 14 feet short. I measured again. Same result. 14 feet of the house's footprint were unaccounted for on the interior. I stood in the basement and looked at the far wall, dry wall, painted beige. A metal shelf unit pushed against it, loaded with old mason jars the previous owner had left behind. I figured the discrepancy must have been down here. The basement ran the full length of the house, but something felt compressed about it. I moved the shelf unit. It took me 20 minutes because it was heavy and I didn't want to drop the jars. And behind it, I found a door. Not a hidden door, not a clever concealed panel, just a regular hollow core door, the cheap kind, painted over so many times the hinges were almost buried. There was no handle, just a hole where one had been. I stood there looking at it for a long time. I told myself it was a storage room. Old houses have them. Root cellars, coal rooms. It was probably nothing. I pulled the door open with 2 fingers hooked through the handle hole. The room was small, maybe 10 by 12 feet. Cement floor, stone walls, no windows. There was a pull cord light bulb mounted to the ceiling. I reached in and pulled it. The light was dim and yellow, and what it showed me took a long moment to process. There was a cot against the far wall, folded military blanket on top of it, a small wooden table with a surface ringed by water stains from cups set down over years, a shelf built into the wall with canned goods on it, some of them recent enough that I recognized the label design, a 5-gallon water jug, almost empty, a bucket in the corner with a fitted lid on it, a battery-powered lantern, and on the table a composition notebook. I stood in the doorway and didn't move for what felt like a full minute. My mind was working through explanations, cycling through them fast. The previous owner used this as a bunker, a panic room, a survival cache. That was logical. That was the kind of thing older people who lived through certain eras did. They prepared for the worst. Then I looked at the water jug again, almost empty. I had been in this house for 2 weeks. The house had been vacant for 3 months before I moved in, according to the realtor. A full water jug, properly sealed, would still be mostly full. Somebody had been drinking from it. I picked up the composition notebook. The first 2/3 of it were entries, short, dated, written in a cramped hand. A man writing down his days, meals, whether he guessed at from sounds above, references to the schedule and staying quiet during movement. The entries spanned years, many, many years, but then there was a gap and the handwriting changed near the end, shakier. The last few entries were recent, within the last 4 months. The final entry was dated 6 days before I moved in. It said, "New one coming. Need to find somewhere else for a while." I left the house. I didn't grab my keys, didn't grab my phone. I realized that when I was already halfway down the block in my socks on a cold November morning, I went to my neighbor's house, a woman named Patriots who I'd spoken to maybe twice, and I knocked on her door until she opened it. The police came. They searched the property for 2 hours. They found the room, they bagged the notebook, they photographed everything. They found a second exit, a tunnel, barely wide enough for a person, that ran under the backyard and opened up into a drainage culvert at the edge of the property. It had been dug out over time and braced with scavenged lumber. They found boot prints in the soil inside it that were fresh. They never found who made them. The detective who interviewed me was thorough and calm and told me they'd follow every lead. He also told me gently that whoever had been living in that room had most likely moved on. That these types of individuals, he used that phrase, these types, typically didn't stay where they felt exposure. I didn't find that comforting. I didn't go back to collect my things. I hired someone. I broke the mortgage contract and ate the financial loss, and I moved into an apartment on the 3rd floor of a building with a coded front entrance and a dorm. If you've ever moved into an old house and felt like something was just off, like certain spaces didn't add up, you need to hear this before you go any further. I bought my first house when I was 31. It was a 1940s 2-story in rural Pennsylvania, about 40 minutes outside of Harrisburg. The kind of place that looks charming in listing photos: wide front porch, hardwood floors, original crown molding. The price was low, even for the area. The previous owner had passed away, an elderly man who lived there alone for decades. No family came forward to claim anything. The county handled the estate, cleared out the basics, and put it on the market fast. I didn't ask too many questions. I should have. I moved in on a Friday in October. The days were already getting short. I brought enough boxes to fill the downstairs and told myself the rest could wait. That first night, I ordered a pizza, sat on the floor of the living room, and convinced myself the uneasy feeling in my chest was just new house nerves. The first week passed without incident. I unpacked. I painted the guest room. I learned which floorboards to avoid at night. Normal stuff. But there was one thing I noticed almost immediately that I couldn't explain. The upstairs hallway was short. Too short. I know how that sounds, but I'm someone who grew up doing renovation work with my dad, and I know how to read a floor plan. The listing showed 4 rooms upstairs, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a small study. I walked that hallway a dozen times and kept doing the math in my head. There was space accounted for, maybe 8, 9 feet, tucked between the back bedroom and the exterior wall. I assumed it was a structural void, areas closed off during renovations, gaps between walls where insulation was stuffed and forgotten. I told myself that and let it go until I found the scene. I was painting the back bedroom in early November, the smaller of the two, when I moved the old wooden dresser that had been left behind. It was heavy, solid oak, the kind built to last a century. When I slid it away from the wall, I saw a thin vertical line in the drywall, then another parallel to it about 3 feet across, and at the bottom, barely visible beneath layers of old paint, horizontal, a rectangle, a door. My first thought was that it was an old coal chute or a utility access panel, but it was too tall, almost 6 feet, and when I ran my fingers along the seam, I could feel cool air pushing through. Whatever was on the other side of that wall wasn't sealed off. It had airflow. It was a space. I grabbed a utility knife and scored along the seam. The drywall had been patched and painted over multiple times. This had been sealed deliberately, more than once. That should have stopped me. It didn't. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and stepped through. The room was maybe 8 feet wide and 12 feet deep. Bare wood floor, no window. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling with a pull chain, and when I reached up and pulled it, it came on. The wiring was still locked. I stood there in the yellow light and looked around. Along the left wall, there was a wooden shelf, floor to ceiling, with small items on it. Old tin cans, a rusted hand tool I didn't recognize, a pair of leather-work gloves, dry and cracked, normal enough, old storage. But on the right wall, there was a chair, a simple wooden chair facing the wall, and on the wall in front of it, at eye level for someone seated, there were names, not carved, written, in what looked like pencil or charcoal in small, careful handwriting. A list, first names only, maybe 20 of them, going down the wall in 2 neat columns, some with dates next to them, some without. I didn't recognize any of them. I photographed everything with my phone and backed out of the room. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I drove to the county record's office and started asking questions. The man who'd owned the house before me, his name was Gerald. He'd lived there from 1974 until he died. Before him, the house had passed through 3 other owners in the post-war years, all relatively short stays. But what I found in the deed records made everything heavier. Gerald had a brother who lived with him in the early years of the property. The brother had left, or at least that's what the records suggested. A forwarding address filed once in 1979, and then nothing. No death certificate in the county. No paper trail after that single document. I took the photos to the local sheriff's office. They sent a deputy out to look at the room. The deputy took it seriously enough to file a report and pass the photos up the chain. Investigators came the following week. They pulled the floors, checked the crawl space, searched the property. They didn't find anything, not definitively. But one of the investigators, an older man who'd been doing this for a long time, he pulled me aside before they left and said something that has stayed with me since. He said the names on the wall didn't match anyone in their missing persons database. But that doesn't mean they weren't missing. It just means no one filed a report. Some people disappear and nobody notices. Nobody looks. Nobody files paperwork. They're just gone, and somewhere, maybe in a room that nobody was supposed to find, someone remembered them. I sold the house 4 months later. Took a loss. I don't regret it for a single second. Have you ever moved into a place that felt just a little too perfect? Like whoever lived there before you left in a hurry and didn't want you to know why? That's exactly how I felt about that house. I found it on a rental listing in early November. 3 bedrooms, a finished basement, decent yard, and the price was almost insultingly low for the area. The landlord told me the previous tenant had broken the lease and left without explanation. He said it like it was no big deal, like people just walk away from their homes all the time. I told myself it was my lucky break. I moved in on a Saturday, spent the first 2 days unpacking, figuring out which light switches did what, learning the sounds of the house. Every old house has its own sounds. The way the pipes knock when the heat kicks on, the way certain floorboards groan depending on where you step. I cataloged all of it in my head, the way you do when you want a place to start feeling like home. By the 3rd night, I was settled enough to actually sleep. That's when I noticed the smell. It wasn't strong at first, just a faint trace of something damp and closed off. I assumed it was the basement. Old houses get that way. I sprayed some air freshener, cracked a window, and didn't think much more about it. But the smell kept coming back. And over the next few days, I started to realize it wasn't coming from the basement at all. It was stronger in the upstairs hallway, specifically near the end of the hall, between the linen closet and the 3rd bedroom. I stood there one afternoon, pressing my nose almost against the wall like an idiot, trying to figure out what was behind it. The wall was solid drywall. Painted over so many times, the surface had this thick, almost waxy texture. Nothing unusual, no door, no vent, just wall, but the smell was absolutely coming from the other side of it. I knocked on the wall inside the bedroom, solid. I knocked on the hallway wall, hollow. I told myself there was a logical explanation. Older homes have dead spaces all the time. Insulation gaps, old chimney shafts, sealed off areas from renovations. Nothing sinister, just bad architecture. But the smell kept pulling at me. And now curiosity had its hooks in too deep for me to just walk away. I got a utility knife from my toolbox, found a spot low on the hallway wall where any damage would be least visible, and cut a small test line through the drywall. The smell hit me immediately, thick, stale, and laced with something I couldn't name. Chemical, almost, like industrial cleaning product mixed with something older underneath it. I cut a larger section away, enough to shine a flashlight through. The beam landed on a concrete floor, bare walls, a ceiling about 7 feet high, and a steel folding chair sitting in the center of the space facing away from me. I stopped breathing. There was no other furniture, no boxes, no storage, nothing to indicate the space had any practical purpose at all, just a concrete room, a chair, and that smell. I should have called the landlord right then, or the police, or literally anyone else. Instead, I cut the opening wider and pushed myself through. The walls were concrete block, not drywall, and they looked recent, newer than the rest of the house. One of the walls had faint rectangular marks on it where something had been mounted and removed. Bolts still in the concrete, cut down flush to the surface. 4 of them, evenly spaced, at about shoulder height. I stood there staring at those bolts for a long time. I looked at the chair again. It was positioned deliberately, precisely centered in the room. The legs had left small circular indentations in the concrete from sitting in the same spot for a long time. And when I crouched down to look closer, I saw that the floor around the base of the chair had been cleaned. Obsessively. The kind of clean that stands out. Like someone had scrubbed a particular area so many times the concrete had a different texture there than anywhere else. I didn't touch anything. I backed out of that opening and sat in the hallway with my back against the opposite wall for probably 10 minutes, not moving. Then I called the landlord. He picked up on the second ring. I told him what I'd found. There was a pause that lasted just a beat too long. And then he said, very carefully, that he didn't know anything about that room, that the previous tenant must have done some unauthorized construction, that he'd look into it. I asked him when the previous tenant had moved in. He said 3 years ago. I asked him why someone would need 3 years to build a concrete room inside a wall. He didn't have an answer for that. I was out of that house within 2 hours. I packed only what I needed for a week and drove to my brother's place in the next town over. I filed a report with the local police department the next morning. I told them everything, gave them the address, described the room, described the bolts, described the scrubbed floor. They looked into it. I got a call about a week later. The officer told me they hadn't found evidence of a specific crime, but that the room had been flagged and the property was being investigated further. He used the word irregular 3 times during that call. He told me I was smart to leave. He didn't say anything else, and I didn't push for more. I don't know what happened in that room. I've told myself 100 different explanations. Some innocent, most not. I think about the person who lived there for 3 years. I think about what they were doing every single night while the neighbors waved from driveways and checked their mailboxes and lived their normal lives 20 feet away. And I think about the fact that he's still out there. Wherever he is now, he's still out there. If any of these stories got under your skin, you're not alone. Drop a comment below and tell me which one messed with you the most. I read every single one. If you're new here, subscribe and turn on notifications. And if you've got a story of your own, something that actually happened to you or someone you know, send it in the comments. Stay safe out there.
Hello, everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. And leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. Tell someone about what happened with our downstairs neighbor because the police won't do anything, and I'm losing my mind. We're a pretty normal family. Me, my wife Jenna, and our 2 kids who were 7 and 4 at the time.
Man, got some new people in there.
These are the main laws every Hebrew needed to obey if they wanted to please Yahweh.
You can't even get up. You can't even get up. It was literally exactly. Well, this team probably do with double. I'm sorry, Green. My bad, man. I don't want to get whooping. Yeah, we here. Yeah, you saying the obvious, dog. You saying the obvious.
Corona Sunbrew. Zesty citrus. Orange and lime. Juice e Corona.
Introducing the all-new Titleist GTS. A driver that uses a breakthrough split mass design with a faster, more forgiving face and our most precise fitting system to create our longest driver ever. Take your game farther. Look at the starting lineups. Again, we mentioned Fargo had three Big Three All-Star. And Garland Green, most improved player of the Big Three just a couple of years ago. And for Chicago, Montrezl Harrell and Amir Johnson, great 1-2 points for them. And Brandon Moss, body bag, the human highlight reel. Also, Leandro Barbosa. They expected Montrezl to start, so that's why they coming with that early substitution right there. The Brazilian blur, Leandro Barbosa, getting free to open the score. We saw him in warm-ups. And it looked like he was okay. Apparently, something happened in warm-ups where Harold not able to go. Brandon Moss doesn't deal with Peter Johnson. Moss tries to give us an early highlight. And there's Fargo, rims out. Strong rebound for Stevens. Gets the roll and the. The billionaire's son invites a poor mother and her baby to Christmas dinner, and his father's reaction upon seeing them moves everyone. Snow was falling in heavy flakes over the Cooper mansion.
poor mother tries to buy Christmas dinner with only $20. The young billionaire sees everything and intervenes in an incredible way. Snow fell slowly over the city. White flakes danced in the crisp air before landing on the sidewalks. The streets were filled with people. Families hurried past, carrying colorful bags. Children were asking for chocolates. Laughter filled the cold air. Christmas lights twinkled in every shop window. Christmas songs played in the stores. It was Christmas Eve, and the whole world seemed to glow. Less so for Sarah. She stopped at the market entrance and took a deep breath. The freezing air burned her lungs. She reached into her coat pocket with her right hand and felt the crumpled paper. $20. It had everything. The bill was folded several times, carefully saved since the beginning of the week. She held it between her fingers, squeezing gently, as this could make the money multiply. Mommy, it's really cold. Sarah looked down. Emily was beside her, holding her left hand tightly. The girl was 5 years old, blonde hair falling to her shoulders, straight and bright even under the snow. Clear eyes, blue as a summer sky, looking up with that pure confidence only children possess. The coat Emily wore was old, faded red inherited from a neighbor, a little too big. The sleeves covered half of her small hands. I know, my love. Let's go inside right away. Sarah squeezed her hand and pushed open the market door. The warmth hit their faces like a hug. Christmas music played over the speakers, an instrumental version of Jingle Bells. The smell of fresh bread came from the bakery section in the back. People pushed huge carts, filled to the brim. Hams, wines, fruits, imported desserts, chocolates in luxury boxes. Everything Sarah could not afford. She grabbed a small handbasket. Only the basket. The cart was for those who had more than $20. Emily walked beside her, looking at everything with curiosity. Her eyes wandered over the colorful shelves, the toys piled up near the checkout, the candies wrapped in shiny paper. But she didn't ask for anything. She had already learned. At 5 years old, Emily already understood when her mother could not. Sarah walked through the aisles with quick steps, calculating every cent mentally. Rice. The smallest bag. Cheap brand. $2.50. Plain pasta, no sauce. $1.80. Milk. $3. Sliced bread. The cheapest. $2.20. Eggs. $90. Every item was a decision. Every price a burden. Mommy, can I get this? Emily asked, pointing to a package of star-shaped decorated cookies. Sarah looked at the price. $4.50. So not today, sweetheart. We'll buy them later, okay? Emily lowered her hand. Okay. She didn't insist. She didn't complain. She just kept walking. Sarah felt a tightness in her chest. She wanted to give her daughter everything. She wanted to fill the cart with treats, toys, gifts, but she couldn't. And that hurt more than any cold. They continued to the meat and poultry section. The movement there was intense. Dozens of people choosing cuts, comparing sizes, discussing prices. The cold lights of the refrigerators illuminated perfectly organized trays, huge turkeys, packaged with red and gold ribbons, whole hams glistening, roasted chickens ready to take home. Emily stopped. Her little hands rested on the metal bar of the refrigerator case. She just stood there looking through the glass, fascinated. The turkeys were enormous, golden brown, perfect. Mommy! Sarah was picking up a small package of chicken when she heard her daughter's voice. Yes, my love. Emily pointed to the turkeys with her small finger. Her voice was tiny, almost a whisper. Aren't we going to have a Christmas turkey? The question was not a request. It wasn't a demand. It was just curiosity, innocent hope. Sarah put the chicken package back. She took a deep breath. She walked over to Emily and slowly bent down, meeting her height. She held the girl's face with both hands. Softly, with all the affection in the world. This year, we don't have enough money for that, my love. Emily looked down. Her lips trembled slightly. But I promise, Sarah continued, forcing a soft smile, that we'll make the best we can. It will be a good Christmas anyway, I promise. Okay? Emily looked up again. She nodded slowly. Okay, Mommy. She didn't cry. She didn't make a scene. She just accepted it, the way poor children learn to accept too early. Sarah kissed her forehead and stayed there for another second, trying not to cry right there, in the middle of the market, in front of everyone. She stood up and took her daughter's hand again. What Sarah didn't realize was that someone was watching. A few feet away, standing near the wine shelves, Ethan had seen everything. He was 32 years old, dark-haired, slightly messy dark hair, unshaven beard. He wore a dark grey sweater, jeans, clean sneakers, simple clothes, but good quality. Nothing about him screamed wealth. That was exactly what he wanted. Ethan came to the market every Christmas Eve, always at the same time, all alone. He picked up the same things, a bottle of wine, a small piece of steak, bread, enough for one person. But this year, something made him stop. He was reaching for the wine when he heard the child's voice. He turned his head. He saw the blonde woman crouched down in front of the little girl. He saw the old coat. He saw the almost empty basket. And he heard, even unintentionally, the conversation about the turkey. Something inside him stirred. Ethan's gaze softened. His breathing changed. He stood there, watching the scene, as if something important was happening and he couldn't look away. There was something about that mother and daughter that touched a forgotten place inside him. The woman's silent strength, the child's innocence, the way they held on to each other. Ethan knew loneliness. He lived with it every day. And somehow, he recognized the same loneliness in them. He put the wine bottle back on the shelf and began to follow the two from a distance, maintaining a respectful space. Sarah went through the checkout with the basket. Rice, pasta, milk, bread, eggs, small chicken. The cashier scanned the products one by one. The sound of the beep echoed. $19.40. Sarah took the $20 bill from her pocket. The cashier gave her 60 cents back. She carefully put the coins away. She picked up the paper bag and left with Emily through the side door. The snow was still falling. The cold hit their faces hard. Let's hurry, my love. Emily nodded, tucking her hands into her pockets. They had only taken a few steps when a voice came from behind. Excuse me. Sarah stopped immediately and turned. A man was approaching. Tall, dark-haired, hands in his pockets. He stopped at a respectful distance. I'm sorry to interrupt, he repeated with a small, gentle smile. Sarah tensed immediately. She pulled Emily closer instinctively. Yes, she replied cautiously. Ethan noticed the fear in her eyes. He took a step back. I didn't mean to scare you. It's just, I saw you in the market. Sarah didn't relax. And today is Christmas. He hesitated. I was going to have dinner alone, and I thought, would you accept having dinner with me? The silence was long and heavy. Sarah blinked, confused. I beg your pardon. I live close by. I have plenty of food. And honestly, he gave a tired smile. I didn't want to spend the night alone. Sarah studied his face. She searched for signs of lying, of danger. But she only saw weariness, and perhaps loneliness. I don't know. We don't even know you. I know, Ethan said calmly. And I understand you say no. But I promise just dinner. Nothing strange, just company. He took his wallet out of his pocket and showed his ID. Full name, address, photo. You can write everything down. You can look me up later. You can call the police if anything seems wrong. I just want to do one good thing today. Sarah looked at the ID, then at him, then at Emily. The girl was looking at Ethan with curiosity, no fear, just interest. Mommy. Emily tugged at her coat sleeve. Sarah bit her lip. She thought of the $20. She thought of the miserable dinner she would be able to make. She thought about how Emily deserved more. All right, she finally said, but we need to leave before 9. Ethan smiled, a genuine smile this time. It's a deal. They walked together through the snow-covered streets. Emily walked in the middle, holding both their hands. She talked non-stop. I'm 5 years old. I'm starting real school next year. I know how to draw really well. Mommy says my drawings are beautiful. Do you like to draw? Ethan listened attentively to everything. I don't draw very well, but I love to look at drawings. Then I'm going to make a drawing for you, Emily said, excited. Sarah watched in silence, still alert, but slowly the tension decreased. After 10 minutes, they stopped in front of a house. Emily let out a soft wow. The house was beautiful. 2 stories, wide windows with white frames, a snow-covered lawn. Warm lights illuminated the porch. A Christmas wreath hung on the door, elegant, welcoming. You live here? Emily asked, impressed. I do, Ethan replied, pulling out his key. He opened the door. The warmth came immediately. The smell of cinnamon and wood. A fireplace crackling in the corner of the living room. Large, light leather sofas. Soft rugs. A Christmas tree decorated with gold balls and twinkling white lights. Emily walked in slowly, enchanted. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at everything. The house was large, elegant, warm. She spun around, trying to see everything at once. It's so beautiful, she whispered. Then she looked at Ethan with that childish frankness and asked, Do you live here all alone? Ethan hung his coat on the rack and turned to her. Yes, just me. Emily tilted her head, thoughtful. Then she said with pure sincerity, It must be sad to be alone. The phrase hit Ethan like a punch to the chest. He stood there, without an immediate answer. He took a deep breath. Something inside him tightened. Sometimes it is, he admitted softly, with an honesty that surprised even himself. Sarah saw something in his eyes at that moment. She recognized it. It was the same loneliness she felt every day. I'll prepare dinner, Ethan said, changing the subject quickly. Make yourselves at home. He went to the kitchen. Sarah followed him, leaving Emily to explore the living room with her eyes. Ethan started taking things out of the refrigerator. Roast turkey, small but nice, creamy mashed potatoes, colorful vegetables, homemade bread, gravy. You made all this? Sarah asked. I did. I like to cook. He worked in silence for a few minutes, carefully warming everything up. Sarah helped set the table. White plates, simple cutlery, green cloth napkins, crystal glasses. Ethan lit 2 candles in the center. Ready? He said. Ciao, Emily. Time for dinner. The girl came running and stopped when she saw the table. Her eyes widened. Is this for us? It is, Ethan said, gently pulling out a chair for her. Sit here. Emily sat down, barely able to believe it. Sarah sat next to her, still processing everything. Ethan served Emily's plate first. He insisted on it. He took a generous slice of turkey, carefully cut it into small pieces, added mashed potatoes, carrots, and broccoli. He placed it in front of her with a smile. Enjoy your meal, Emily. The girl took the fork with both hands and tasted it. She closed her eyes in pure pleasure. It's so delicious. Ethan smiled, a genuine smile that lit up his face. He served Sarah next. Then he served himself. During dinner, something magical happened. The conversation flowed. Emily told stories about school, about the drawing she made, about the orange cat that appeared at their window. Ethan listened to everything with genuine attention. He asked questions. He laughed at her childish jokes. And then Sarah realized something. Emily was laughing. Truly laughing. For the first time in days, maybe weeks, her daughter was laughing that light, free, happy laugh. Sarah watched everything with silent gratitude. She didn't say anything. She just watched Ethan serve more mashed potatoes for Emily, wipe her mouth with the napkin. Tell a funny story about when he burned the first turkey he tried to make. Micro gestures. Small, but full of affection. After dinner, Ethan served Emily hot chocolate. She drank it sitting on the sofa, watching the flames in the fireplace. Sarah helped wash the dishes. They worked side by side in comfortable silence. Thank you, she said suddenly, her voice choked. Ethan looked at her. For all of this, you didn't have to. I know. He dried his hands. But I wanted to. When it was time to leave, Emily was sleepy. Ethan helped her put on her coat, buttoning it carefully. At the door, Emily turned around and did something no one expected. She hugged Ethan. It was a tight, sincere hug, the kind children give when they are truly happy. She buried her face in his sweater and whispered, "That was the best Christmas ever." Ethan stood completely still, surprised. For a second, he didn't know what to do. Then, slowly, he hugged her back. Something inside him stirred, something that had been dormant, buried, forgotten for years. He closed his eyes and felt something warm rise in his throat. Sarah took her daughter's hand when Emily finally let go. "Thank you, from the bottom of my heart." "Come back any time," Ethan said, and for the first time in a long time, he really meant it. He stood at the door, watching the two walk away in the snow. Emily waved from afar. Ethan waved back, standing there until they disappeared around the corner. He closed the door slowly and leaned against it. He looked at the living room, the table still set, the used plates, the sound of the fireplace crackling, and he realized that something had changed. Ethan was touched in a way he hadn't been for years. For the first time in a long time, the house didn't feel empty, and he didn't feel so alone. 3 days after Christmas, Sarah was working at the coffee shop. It was a small, cozy place on the Main Street corner. Exposed brick walls, worn wooden tables, a constant smell of fresh coffee. Business was good, people coming and going all day, ordering lattes, cappuccinos, quick sandwiches. Sarah was behind the counter, cleaning the espresso machine. She wore a brown apron over a simple blouse, her blonde hair tied back in a ponytail. She had started working there 6 months ago. The salary was low, but at least it was steady, and the owner let Emily stay in a little corner after school. Emily was sitting at a small table near the window, drawing. Crayons were scattered around her, her tongue sticking out as she concentrated on the paper. She was drawing a large house with a Christmas tree, Ethan's house. She had talked about him every day since Christmas. The kind man, as she called him. She asked when they would see him again. Sarah didn't have an answer. The bell above the door rang. Sarah didn't even look up. She just said automatically, "Good afternoon, welcome." But Emily looked and she froze. Then she dropped her crayon and jumped out of the chair. "It's you!" Sarah quickly turned her head. She saw Emily running, and then she saw who was at the door. Ethan. He wore a black coat, a grey scarf, hands in his pockets. He seemed surprised by Emily's reaction, but he smiled. The girl reached him and stopped, breathless, her eyes shining. "I knew you would come back," she said, practically jumping. Ethan knelt down to her height. "Hi, Emily. How are you?" "Good. I drew you. Want to see?" She grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the small table. Ethan let himself be dragged, laughing softly. Sarah stood still behind the counter, watching. She didn't know what to think. Part of her was happy, part of her was nervous. Ethan sat in the small chair, too big for her, but he sat anyway. Emily showed him the drawing. "Look, that's your house, and that Christmas tree, and this is you." Ethan took the paper carefully, as if it was something precious. "It's beautiful, Emily, truly beautiful. You can keep it if you want. Seriously? Seriously, I'll make another one." Ethan folded the paper carefully and put it in the inner pocket of his coat. "I will treasure it." Emily grinned from ear to ear. Sarah approached, wiping her hands on her apron. "Hi," she said, a little awkwardly. Ethan stood up. "Hi. Sorry to drop by like this. I was passing by and saw the coffee shop. I didn't know you worked here." Sarah wasn't sure she believed that, but she didn't say anything. "It's fine. Do you want to order something?" "A coffee, please, black." She went back to the counter. She prepared the coffee while Emily bombarded Ethan with questions. "Do you like to draw?" "I can teach you." "Do you have any pets?" "I wish I had a dog, but our apartment is small." "Do you like stories?" "I know a really funny story." Ethan answered everything patiently. Sarah noticed this as she worked. He wasn't just being polite. He was genuinely interested. She brought him the coffee. "How much is it?" Ethan asked. $2.50. He handed her a $5 bill. "Please to keep the change." "You don't need to." "I insist." Sarah accepted, embarrassed. Ethan stayed there for almost an hour. He talked to Emily about drawings. She showed him all the ones she had made that week. He complimented every single one. He told bad jokes that made Emily laugh until she was breathless. He listened to nonsensical children's stories about princesses and dragons. Sarah watched from a distance while serving other customers. She saw how Ethan leaned forward when Emily spoke, how he genuinely smiled, how his eyes sparkled, and she saw how happy Emily was, happier than she had been in a long time. When Ethan finally got up to leave, Emily pouted. "Are you coming back?" Ethan glanced at Sarah quickly. Then he looked back at Emily. "Can I?" Emily nodded forcefully. "Then I'll come back," he promised. And he did come back. The next day, at the same time, 3:30 in the afternoon, Emily was drawing again when he walked in. She screamed with joy and ran to hug him. Sarah was preparing a cappuccino. She smiled unintentionally. Ethan ordered the same coffee. He sat with Emily. They talked again. On the third day, Emily was already waiting by the window. When she saw Ethan turning the corner, she banged on the glass and waved frantically. He waved back. He walked in. Same routine. Black coffee, small chair, long conversations. It became a habit. Every day at 3:30 in the afternoon, Ethan appeared. He ordered coffee. He sat with Emily. He stayed for an hour, sometimes more. They drew together. Emily taught, and Ethan tried to imitate, making crooked drawings that she found hilarious. They told jokes, most of them silly, but they laughed anyway. They made up stories about fairies, superheroes, astronauts. Emily started bringing things to show him. A favorite toy, a book from school, a colorful pebble she had found on the street. Ethan treated everything as important. Sarah watched from a distance. She saw the bond forming. Emily was becoming attached, quickly, immediately, and that scared her. One afternoon, while Ethan was in the restroom, Sarah approached Emily. "My love, you really like Ethan, don't you?" Emily nodded, smiling. "He's my friend." "I know. But don't be sad if one day he stops coming, okay? People get busy sometimes." Emily frowned. "He won't stop, he promised." Sarah didn't answer. She just kissed her daughter's head. When Ethan returned, Sarah pulled him aside. "Can I talk to you for a second?" "Of course." They went to the corner of the counter. Sarah kept her voice low. "Look, I appreciate you coming here, really. Emily loves it. But—" She hesitated. "But—" Ethan gently encouraged. "But she's getting attached. Too quickly. And I'm afraid that if you suddenly disappear, it will hurt her." Ethan held her gaze. There was seriousness there. "I won't disappear. You don't know that. Life happens. People get busy. They forget." "I won't forget," he said firmly. "I promise." Sarah wanted to believe him, but she was afraid. She was always afraid. "Just please be careful with her heart." "I will be." "I promise I will be." Sarah nodded slowly, but the fear didn't go away. She kept watching in the following days. She saw how Emily lit up when Ethan arrived, how she laughed more, how she talked about him all the time at home. Ethan said this. Ethan did that. It was beautiful, but it was scary. Sarah knew abandonment. She knew disappointment. She knew broken promises, and she was terrified of seeing Emily go through the same thing. So she watched, carefully, fearfully, but also, little by little, with a hint of hope, because Ethan kept coming back, every day, same time, same coffee, same gentle smile, and maybe, just maybe, he was different. Maybe he really would stay. Sarah wasn't sure yet, but she was starting to want to believe. Meanwhile, Emily finished another drawing, a girl smiling, with a huge sun in the sky and colorful flowers all around. She showed it to Ethan. "Look, that's me happy." Ethan took the drawing and looked at it closely. "Are you happy?" he asked gently. Emily nodded hard. "I am now." And that was enough. Ethan kept that drawing too, very carefully. Sarah turned the key in the lock and pushed the door open. The apartment was cold. It had been cold for the past few days. Emily ran inside, taking off her faded red coat and throwing it on the living room chair. Sarah locked the door behind them and sighed. It was a small apartment, very small. Living room and kitchen together in a cramped space. One tiny bedroom that they shared. A bathroom with a broken shower stall. The walls were peeling. Damp stains climbed up the corners, forming strange patterns. The white paint, which was once white, was now more grey than anything else. Pieces of plaster fell sometimes. Sarah swept them up, but more always appeared. The windows had cracks. She tried to cover them with old cloth, but the cold got in anyway. It came through the cracked living room pane, through the edges of the bedroom window, through the gap under the door. The wind whistled softly during the night. The couch was old, dark brown, worn fabric on the arms, springs showing in some places. Sarah had thrown a blanket over it to disguise it. The coffee table was cheap, scratched wood, with one leg shorter than the others. She propped a piece of cardboard underneath to balance it. The small TV in the corner barely worked. The picture was snowy, but Emily liked to watch cartoons anyway. Sarah dropped her bag on the couch and went straight to the kitchen. She opened the cabinet of rice. The bag was half full. Maybe it would last 3 more days if she skipped. Pasta, not much. A handful, at most. She shook the bag, almost nothing. She opened the refrigerator. 2 eggs, almost empty milk, barely a glass left. A small piece of cheese wrapped in plastic wrap, margarine running out. That was it. Sarah closed the refrigerator and leaned her forehead against the cold metal. She took a deep breath. She tried not to think, tried not to feel the tightness in her chest. "Mommy!" She turned. Emily was standing at the kitchen entrance, looking at her with those huge blue eyes. "Yes, my love. I'm hungry." Sarah forced a smile. "So I'm going to make dinner now, okay?" She took the rice, measured out 1 cup, less than she should have, put it on to cook, broke 1 egg into the frying pan. Only 1. They would share. Emily sat at the small kitchen table and picked up her crayon. She started drawing on a crumpled piece of paper. Sarah mechanically stirred the rice. She looked at the living room table. The bills were there, piled up, some still in their envelopes, others open with red numbers marked. Water, 2 months overdue. Electricity, 1 month overdue. Cut-off notice. Gas, overdue. Condo fees, 3 months overdue. Collection letter. Sarah knew the amounts by heart. She had added them so many times that the numbers were etched in her mind. 120, 95, 60, 240, $515 in total. She didn't have it, not even close. The coffee shop salary was $300 a week, $1,200 a month. It seemed like a lot until she started subtracting. Rent, $700, $500 left. Food, about $200, if she skimped a lot. $300 left. Medicine for Emily when she was sick. Clothes when she grew, shoes when they wore out. School supplies. Transportation. It never added up. Never. Sarah turned off the stove. She served the rice onto 2 plates. She cut the egg in half, put half on each plate. "There you go, my love." Emily put down the pencil and looked at her plate. She didn't complain. She never complained. They ate in silence. Sarah could barely swallow. The food went down dry, but she ate. She needed to eat. She needed energy to work tomorrow. After dinner, she washed the dishes. She put the remaining rice in the refrigerator, covered it with plastic wrap. Emily went to the couch and turned on the TV. A cartoon started. The picture flickered, but she watched anyway. Sarah grabbed the bills from the table. She sat next to her daughter. She picked up a piece of paper and a pen. She started calculating again, added, subtracted, tried to find a way, any way. Maybe if she asked for an advance at the coffee shop. No, she had already asked last month. Maybe if she took extra hours. The owner didn't have extra hours to give. Maybe if she cut back on food even more. But Emily was growing. She needed to eat. The numbers didn't add up. No matter how hard she tried, they didn't add up. Sarah crossed out the paper hard, then crumpled it and threw it on the floor. She leaned her head on the couch. She closed her eyes. She felt the tears wanting to come out, but she held them back. "Mommy." She opened her eyes. Emily was looking at her. The cartoon was still playing on TV, but she wasn't paying attention. "Yes, my love." Emily tilted her head. Her eyes were worried. "Are you sad?" Sarah swallowed hard. She forced a smile that didn't convince even herself. No, my love. Just a little tired. Tired from work. Yes, from work. Emily was quiet for a second. Then she got up and climbed onto the couch. She burrowed into Sarah's lap. She put her head on her chest. Then rest, Mommy. Sarah hugged her daughter, squeezed her tight. She felt the small, warm body against hers. The apartment was cold. The couch was cold. The bills were on the table. The food was running out. The month was far from over. But in that moment, with Emily in her arms, Sarah felt a little warmth. It didn't solve anything. It didn't pay the bills. It didn't fill the refrigerator. But it was something. They stayed there, hugging in silence. The cartoon continued on TV. The picture flickered. The wind whistled through the cracks. Sarah closed her eyes again. She kissed her daughter's head. I love you, my love. I love you too, Mummy. The apartment remained cold. The bills remained on the table. The food remained running out. But they had each other. And that night, it was enough to keep going. Sarah held Emily until she fell asleep in her lap. Then she carried her to the bedroom, laid her on the bed, covered her with the thin blanket. She went back to the living room, looked at the bills again. Tomorrow she would try again. Tomorrow she would find a way. She always found one. Somehow, she had to find one. Sarah turned off the light. She lay down next to Emily. The mattress sagged in the middle. The springs creaked, but it was warm because they were together. And for now, that was all they had. The weeks passed. January turned into February, and Ethan didn't miss a single day, 3:30 in the afternoon, every day. Like clockwork. At first, Sarah still found it strange. She remained alert. She watched every gesture, every word, every look. She searched for signs of something wrong, some hidden intention, some ulterior motive. But she found none. Ethan was genuine, simply genuine. His visits became part of the coffee shop routine. The other customers already knew him. Some greeted him when he walked in. The owner of the coffee shop, Martha, a 60-year-old woman with grey hair and reading glasses hanging around her neck, smiled every time she saw him. Here comes your friend, Emily, she would say in that affectionate grandmotherly tone, and the girl would drop everything and run to the window. He's coming! He's coming! Emily would shout, waving frantically through the glass. And Ethan always waved back, always. It was at the coffee shop that the little traditions began, small rituals that formed naturally, without planning, just happening. The first was the hot chocolate. It happened on a particularly cold afternoon in mid-January. The snow was falling heavily outside. Ethan walked in, stamping his feet, shaking snow from his black coat. Emily was at her usual small table, shivering a little even with her red coat on. It's really cold today, Ethan commented, sitting next to her and rubbing his own hands. Very, Emily agreed, blowing on her icy little hands. My fingers are numb. Ethan looked at Sarah at the counter. Do you have hot chocolate? I do, yes. 2, please. Very hot. Sarah prepared them carefully. She warmed the milk, mixed in the chocolate powder, stirred until creamy. She topped them with whipped cream, something she didn't usually do because it was more expensive. But that day she did. She sprinkled cinnamon too. She brought the cups to the table. Ethan gently pushed one toward Emily. For you, to warm up. Her eyes sparkled like stars. For me? For you. Emily took the cup with both small hands. She blew on it carefully. She took a tiny sip. Her eyes closed in pure delight. It's delicious. It's warm and tasty. Ethan drank from his own. He smiled. That small, genuine smile that was appearing more and more often. It is indeed. From that day on, whenever it was cold, he would order 2 hot chocolates, one for him, one for Emily. They would share that moment, sipping slowly, talking about the day, laughing at silly things. It became a tradition, their tradition. The second tradition was drawing together. Emily always drew. It was what she liked to do most. She had an old box of crayons with half the colors broken. She used paper that Sarah took from the coffee shop, napkins, notebook pages, the backs of old receipts. But drawing alone was one thing. Drawing with someone else was completely different. You draw really badly, Emily said one afternoon, laughing at the crooked drawing Ethan had made of a dog. It looked more like a potato with legs. I warned you I wasn't good at it, he replied, laughing too. His laugh was low, genuine. Let me teach you, come on. She took his large hand with her two small ones and guided the pencil, slowly, showing him how to make the right lines, how to draw the ears, how to make the tail. See? It looks better this way. You have to go slowly. Ethan tried again, concentrated, his tongue sticking out like Emily's. It was a little less bad. Still not great, but you could tell it was a dog. It's better, Emily cheered, clapping her hands. You're learning. Thanks to you, you're a great teacher. Emily grinned from ear to ear, proud. They started drawing together every day. Emily taught with infinite patience. Ethan tried with genuine effort. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. But they laughed anyway, they laughed a lot. Sarah watched from afar while cleaning tables or making coffee. She saw how Ethan had infinite patience, how he complimented every one of Emily's attempts, even the bad ones, how he made her feel special, smart, important, and that touched Sarah profoundly. The third tradition was the stories about snow. It happened one afternoon when Emily was bored. She had already made 3 drawings. She had already drunk hot chocolate. She had already colored. She didn't know what else to do. Ethan, do you know how to tell stories? She asked, swinging her little legs under the chair. It depends. What kind of story do you want? Emily looked out the window. It was snowing again. Large, slow flakes falling from the grey sky. About snow. Ethan thought for a moment. Then he began inventing on the spot. Once upon a time there was a girl named Luna who found out she could talk to snowflakes. Emily leaned forward immediately, enchanted, her eyes wide. Ethan made it up as he spoke. He talked about Luna and her friendship with a magical snowflake named Crystal, about how they flew together through the frozen sky, about the adventures they had in the clouds, about the hidden ice kingdom in the mountains. His voice was calm, engaging. He did different voices for the characters. He made sound effects. He gestured. When he finished, Emily was speechless. And then? What happened next? I'll tell you the rest tomorrow. Promise? I promise. And he did tell her. The next day, he invented the rest. And the day after, another story. And the day after that, always different stories. Always about snow, about ice, about a magical winter, about icy adventures. Emily loved every single one. She was mesmerized. Sometimes other customers at the coffee shop stopped to listen too. Sarah, from the counter, listened as she worked, and caught herself smiling. The fourth tradition was the inside jokes. It started accidentally. Ethan tried to tell a joke about a penguin walking into a bar, but he messed up the whole joke. He mixed up the ending with a completely different joke. It made absolutely no sense. Emily laughed so hard she almost fell out of her chair. She laughed and laughed, holding her stomach. That doesn't make any sense, she said between loud laughs. Penguins don't wear hats. I know, Ethan admitted, laughing.
Then we back. Oh shit. Trying to think.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. That's before I went to Tire Rack. I got the best deal hands down. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years free road hazard protection. Precisely.
I advocate for our members, but my true satisfaction comes from outreach to members to get medical services. Both my grandmothers were diagnosed with breast cancer at a late stage. That's why preventive care is important to me because we can be different. We live in right? I need to do something. I'm Crystal, and I am committed to care.
So everything you got is expensive sheets, expensive. So that's the weave. Okay, so what kind of weave is this then? If that's what that's just in the wintertime. This just in the Easter egg. That's just in the Easter egg. My boy Nick Cannon is so proud. He told me that we was gonna reshoot this in the summertime in Atlanta, and I know it's gonna be hot, so I made about all the women nice cry. Excuse me, ma'am, you need one, okay? You need DC. So the no still give me DC on time. Let's go get me the camera. I need you here. What's it mean? DC. Them jeans gonna give you a yeast infection. I think I'm gonna like a badass Mexican candy. I'm tired. I'm so sleepy. I think it would take me a nap.
See, that wasn't funny because a lot of y'all out there laugh. You look like this, you take your hand out. What are you talking about?
My name is Mendes. Don't ever disrespect me. Call me Baseball Yard. Ever disrespect me looking like you're about to host a battle with Eminem with the
Do you want I need you here? That's what I want.
limbs or whatever it is. You ready? Your gun don't even have flavor no more, bro. Stop.
Considering everything you ate, you probably chewed his gum too.
I'm a disrespect me with a corduroy sweatsuit jacket, bro. I'm a disrespect. School? Have you found?
Ow! Listen, y'all is not gonna believe who I found in the crowd. You hit me ugly. Oh my goodness. Listen, man, I grew up with this boy band crew for a long time. But listen, it's gonna hurt our hearts because he's not on the little two no more, and Omari gonna kick his ass. Give it up for Lil Biz. Let me think, man. Fuck your ass. What?
Don't look like him, man.
You know?
All right, man. Who you sitting with over there? I said, E-Man.
I mean, damn. Like, share, and subscribe, y'all. I guess the connection just went left. Connection was sucking.
You have responsibilities, and you also have dreams. Whether you're looking to advance your career or launch a new one, DeVry can help you build a brighter future. DeVry works for you.
ABC Wicked, an American home shield warranty can help protect major home systems and appliances. And if AHS can't repair the covered item, they'll replace it.
Out in the crowd. You hit me ugly. Oh my goodness. Listen, man, I grew up with this boy band crew for a long time. But listen, it's gonna hurt our hearts because he's not on the Millennium 2 no more, and Omari gonna kick his ass. Give it up for Lil Biz. Look at that, man. What?
Don't look like him, man. All right, E-Man. Who are you sitting with over there? I said, E-Man. Who are you with? Oh, come again. Oh, hey, yes, I am here. Hey, oh my God, listen here. This here is a phenomenon, and I can't believe we actually had one fly into the building. It's crazy because all the kids love it, and anytime they see you, they go up to you and they say, "Hey, you got games on your phone?" Without further ado, I want you guys to give it up for the yellow Angry Bird right here. Yeah. Let's swipe one up and knock things down.
All right, man. I'm with somebody today that is very prominent in all black households. We all love them. We grew up on them. Got the best rights in the business. Give it up for Uncle Billy, y'all. Give it up for Uncle Billy.
This was a celebrity before Instagram models, the celebrity before anything, before all popularity. I grew up to this character, and I just cannot believe I'm able to meet this person today.
It's Big Bird.
I have to take my glasses off because this is a serious matter. And I don't want this queen to be disrespected. I know Netflix don't want to give her money. And I kind of grew up with you. But I want everybody in here today to go with me. Hey, Miss Parker Baboni! Because we know it's so close to the holidays, and we got a real star in the building right now. Cameraman, I need you to follow me. You have seen this lady absolutely nowhere, but you know her and you love her. Y'all show some love for Mrs. Claus in the building.
Man, I cannot believe that I'm sitting amongst such greatness. I mean, they have produced some of the greatest raps that you have ever heard in your life. I can't believe that I have the honor of sitting here with some of the most amazing spitters ever. I need y'all to make some noise for Jay-Z's lips. Put your hands together for him.
Y'all already know I'm so excited. He is my favorite up and coming rapper. He is from Charlotte with his single Bob out now. The baby. Oh man, listen here, y'all ain't gonna believe this. Listen here, I've been a fan ever since I came home from school, and every time I cut on my TV and I just hear, oh, y'all make some noise for SpongeBob House.
This is crazy. This dude is like one of the funniest comedians on the net right now, man. One of my favorites. And he's actually a new cast member on Wild Style. Y'all, please get your hands together right now and make some noise for me.
Them eyes a little different. You know, no matter what life throws at you and what you go through, you gotta show love and come back and show support. How y'all forget that it's the old school versus new school, and we got old school legend Timothy De La Ghetto in the building with us, y'all. Timothy De La Ghetto.
Get your team together, DC. All right, Nick, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have legends in the building. I mean, the Lost Boys are here. Another legend is joining us. I'm so glad he's finally home. He's a little thinner than we've seen him before. But this is letting you know, please wear condoms and don't go wrong. Give it up for STDMX. DMX, my dog's black. Dogs up, light. DC, who you got with you? Everybody knows him. Listen, I've been listening to his music since I was a child, Nick. He probably inspired. No, ain't nobody inspired your music, Nick. And y'all make some noise for Michael Jackson. Man, I must be sitting over here in VIP because there's a lot of executives, CEOs, and a whole lot of bosses sitting over here. Y'all so slow. My man Rick Ross is in the building.
Okay, you know what? I am literally freaking out right now. I am utterly starstruck. I used to watch Rugrats all the time. Guys, give it up for Chucky Finster! Oh my goodness!
Oh man, you ain't gonna believe who I done found in here. You hear me? Ain't never got no Oscar. You ain't never did nothing but kick your ass. You hear me? Know about the Cupcake Avenue Twitter. It's bad motherfucker. You bite it to it. Give it up for Big Baby D. Oh my God. Y'all are not going to believe who is in the building tonight. A household name started so many fights, broke up so many families. Like, man, take it away.
Oh, this is great. Make some noise for your favorite Uno card, the Wild Transformer.
Oh my God. Give me six. Draw to it up for that.
Man, listen, she deserves all of the awards for the performance. I'm surprised she even has time to be here with us today. Y'all make some noise from the movie Us, Lupita Nyong'o and her tether. Once upon a time, there was a girl. Who was a girl? Who was a girl?
Yo, I ain't even gonna care, bro. I think it's him. Bro, that's not him. That's not. That is him. Yo, listen. Ever since you went solo, I have started becoming a big fan of yours. You don't need your brother at all. You know why? Because you're. Well, then, we got Sway Lee in the motherfucker. No cap. Ladies and gentlemen, I got the hardest working person in showbiz, and after 14 seasons, it's only right that they're able to sit down, take a load off, and watch the show. Give it up for your host, Nick Cannon!
Some of y'all may beg to differ, but if you take a good look, she looked just like our Uncle Clifford. Who we introducing?
This is my cousin Lisa, but she's also my best friend. And just in case y'all wondering, yes, Nick Cannon strikes again. Introducing. This my cousin Avery. I gotta go put my homie on. And yeah, I feel some type of way because it's broke homie Quan. This my cousin Ollie, and she likes to roll with bikers. So she is from the islands. The Virgin Islands? Those Rikers. This is not a real DJ. He married this white lady so he can put them on her insurance. This my biggest sister, and you know I'm serious, huh?
But don't she look like the girl who sang period and period, period and period?
This my cousin Amy, and some money she wants to borrow. But her glasses are so thick she can see into tomorrow. This is a white woman. No, it is not. I'm so sorry. And I really can't start. But what you didn't know is she is where it always from. This is my cousin. I don't have any others. Don't he look like 2 Chainz if he joined the Blues Brothers?
Check out my cousins. Yeah, they both make bread. These are the city girls that they grew up in Bankhead.
These two are sisters. They're both smart and classy. We are not related, but they both just call me daddy. And he is so cool. But I was trying to tell y'all, SWV, if you flip it and flip the glass, you don't understand when we told me, can somebody tell me? So you got me sitting here next to Warren Button Kelly.
It's my girl Sid, and she be looking good and stuff. But y'all don't do too much, cause hit me with ya.
This my step, my Jane. And I tell you, she be tripping. She whooped the wrong twin, cause she cannot tell the difference.
This is my cousin Mo. You better treat her like she equal. She got kicked out the family reunion because she kept on fighting people.
This my auntie Kimberly.
Enough.
Oh, hey Tom. Yeah. What are you wearing? What do you think? I'm actually wearing one later. Is it shoes first or is it finishing touch? You got a lot of sneakers.
Hey, it's Allison Victoria here. For years, I've been designing spaces that feel rich, layered, and inviting. It's all about embracing calm colors, cozy.
I like your style. My question is, what do you call a deer without no eye?
It's like, is there a one-eyed deer species that I should know? Jack Thriller's baby mama.
No, that is wrong. The correct answer is I have no idea.
Okay. Give me Vito.
I don't care. I see that. Oh, give me Carlos Miller. Okay. You know the rules, okay? Baby, y'all ready? Carlos Miller, y'all ready? Yeah, I'm ready. On the road.
Go ahead, Carlos. I know you're gonna say something stupid.
Lady, you look like DC wearing a Snapchat filter.
Carlos, shut up. You smell like car grease.
Why does it look like your outfit trying to hide from them boots?
Bitch, now why your video hat attached?
Hey, you check it. That's a picture of your coat. You're gonna pop out.
I'm not eating his ass stuff.
Yeah.
That's why you ugly and you wanna me.
Please. You don't say that. The lady you want. You. You know what, Big Mac? Who do you want? Just pick. Pick. I want Venus. Venus, you ready?
Ready?
Big Mac, you ready? Yeah.
Big Mac, you shake like the washer and dryer said.
If you don't get your goddamn hello, darling, hands out of here. Oh, shake it, shake it.
Let's shake it. Big Mac, I bet you got a little Auntie Debbie cake in your pocket right now.
Also, give me Justina. I mean, you still give me Pretty V.
Justina, you look like a trailer park owner.
Vina, you look like a ghetto tennis coach.
Girl, your Adam's apple big.
Sis, you look like Lil Fizz after he got kicked off the Millennium Tour.
Shake it, shake it.
Girl, you a zombie Republican. You got trouble about us.
Shake it.
Hold on a second. Okay. Beat Simone Cole. She says she wants style back.
The boy check. Let me tell you something.
You see, young boy, I need you here. No, you're ready.
You ain't gonna be built like a great day.
DC, we built this thing.
I know. That's why we have been looking like two live germs. You look like an intestine.
DC, you feel like one of these legs.
Them ain't your eyebrows, is it? You know it?
No.
You're shaking.
No, you don't get your auntie built looking at go.
Get your ass out of here. Get you more.
Savvy. So I got something to say. It's gonna be a really hard little thing, but okay, let's get to it. So if you were down to your last, like no money, like bankruptcy, like broken,
okay,
and then the ice cream truck came around, and your 3 little kids came around, which one would you buy ice cream for?
The youngest is the twins, Rich Mariah, that mama. Okay. Your answer is signs your significant other is for the streets.
Damn it.
when he is.
Supposed to be. Your topic is church.
This is that teacher from 2003. She gave me an A because I gave her some good deeds.
We introduce you. We introduce you.
This is Diana, and she's 69. She goes to church with us because we're white and we get out on time.
The family reunion. We introduce you. Backseat of my pride. Yes, backseat of my pride. The backseat of my pride. Backseat of my pride.
Thing pretty cold. I know why.
Lick it, flip it, throw it, stick it.
So why do you care? I care because my family, I bring them with me to work every day.
I care about my United Healthcare members because I know what it's like to not speak the language. It's not easy.
Working for United Healthcare, I care because I want to make a difference.
My niece was diagnosed with an ultra-rare genetic disorder. I know how hard it is for families.
Health insurance is complicated.
Oh my God!
It bothers me that way.
Backseat of my ride, yeah, we looking fly.
Backseat of my ride, you know looking hot. Backseat of my ride,
You for fantastic.
backseat of my ride. No, that's a lot. Backseat of my ride.
I don't want her. I don't want her. I don't want her. My dad owns Starbucks. My dad owns McDonald's. You know how we have to settle this. Let's go. You got her, bitch. Whatever. But like, no funny. I'm gonna get ass cheated with you. For real. In the mirror, I can get it up. On stage, I can get it up. And I can work it like a cocktail. But in the face, nobody. A choreographer?
That's WWE money right there. The topic is makeup.
When I made up, they stopped and they said, girl, I got hair and
free underwear. Clean underwear, but girl, it ain't working. Without your makeup, you're a different person. A different person? I'm in that shopping, go look that pocket. Find your brother's popping. Your lip wasn't popping, but it didn't stick. You left it all, I think it. Girl, you look good talking post for this picture. You know I'm a slap on my sister. Slap on my sister, that's an understatement, because all of my ladies are destined for greatness. Yeah, you should know. All of my ladies come follow me. You are my girl. Ladies are winning, they running the world. We are the world. We can't make it, it's just against them.
We're talking this interracial relationship.
Met you so I was